Hello, everyone. I'm excited to share a true scary bedtime story with you today. This story might help you drift off to sleep. But before we begin, make sure to snuggle up in your blankets and close your eyes. I know some of you are listening to this story to help you fall asleep. So before we begin, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. As you relax, I wonder where you're listening from. Maybe a cozy bedroom or perhaps a comfy living room. Either way, get ready for an adventure that might just tickle your imagination. Before we begin, take a deep breath and settle into the comfort of your bed. Feel the soft support of the earth beneath you, steady and strong, just as these stories have stood the test of time. As I count down from 10 to 1, let go of any lingering tension in your body and allow the peaceful energy of this moment to wash over you. 10. Let your shoulders soften. 9. Feel the comfort of your bed beneath you, as if cradling you in warmth. 8. Know that you are safe, and tonight's story will carry you gently into sleep. 7. Close your eyes and feel the rhythm of your breath, steady and calm. 6. Imagine the sounds of nature all around. A soft breeze, the rustling of leaves. 5. Feel your body relax more deeply, surrendering to the peaceful night. 4. You are drifting now, letting go of any remaining thoughts. 3. Each breath takes you deeper into relaxation. 2. You are fully at peace, ready to dream. 1. Now, let the story carry you away into a world where anything is possible. So, as you relax, know that you are part of a tradition that spans generations, where stories like this one have lulled countless others to sleep. Let this be your moment of peace, your escape from the rush of the world. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let the adventure unfold as you drift further into restful sleep. And now, we begin.
Once upon a time, in a small town filled with old trees and quiet streets, there lived a woman named Emily. She had a kind heart and loved her family dearly. Emily always looked up to her grandmother, who was wise and full of stories. Her grandmother often shared tales of magic and mystery, especially about an old mirror that had been in their family for generations. It was no ordinary mirror. It was beautiful, with sparkling glass and an ornate, golden frame that shone in the light. Emily always thought this mirror looked like something out of a fairy tale. One day, it was time for Emily's grandmother to go to a new place, a place far from the everyday world, to be with the stars. Emily was sad, but also felt a strange excitement when she found out she would inherit this special mirror. It was a wonderful gift, but just before her grandmother left, she whispered a warning. Emily, my dear, never leave the mirror uncovered at night. It holds secrets you cannot imagine. Emily listened and nodded, but deep inside, she thought it was just an old person's spooky story. After her grandmother passed, Emily brought the mirror into her cozy room. She loved how the mirror made her room feel brighter and more beautiful. She hung it above her dresser, a spot where it could shine in the sunlight. The next day, after arranging her clothes and putting away her grandmother's things, Emily took a deep breath and uncovered the mirror, even though she felt a little uneasy. She wanted to admire it and let it live again. It sparkled in the daylight, reflecting her smiling face. But as the sun began to set, darkness chased away the light. That night, as Emily prepared for bed, she remembered her grandmother's warning, but she shrugged it off, thinking it was just a silly old tale. She turned off the lights, and the moonlight poured into her room, casting bright beams that danced across the walls. Feeling brave, Emily left the mirror uncovered and closed her eyes, drifting into sleep. Then, something strange happened. In the depth of the night, Emily woke up suddenly, feeling a chill in the air. She turned to the mirror and saw her reflection staring back at her. At first, everything seemed normal, but as Emily looked closer, she noticed something odd. Her reflection moved slightly when she didn't, as if it had a mind of its own. Emily gasped in confusion. Was she seeing things? She blinked and sat up. Maybe I'm just still sleepy, she thought, shaking her head. But the next night, something even stranger happened. Again, she forgot to cover the mirror. This time, when she looked into it, she saw her reflection smiling back. But it was a different smile. It looked mischievous, as if it knew something Emily didn't. A shiver raced down her spine. "Stop it," she said, thinking it was just her imagination. But the reflection didn't stop. Instead, it seemed to chuckle softly, moving more freely. Emily felt a knot in her stomach. She wanted to turn away, but she couldn't resist staring. It was mesmerizing and terrifying at the same time. Days passed, and the mirror became a source of fear for Emily. Every time she looked at it, her reflection seemed to grow bolder. It stopped mimicking and started to act as if it had its own life. One morning, as Emily brushed her hair, her reflection whispered, "Why do you hide from me?" Emily's heart raced. "I'm not hiding from you," she shouted back at the mirror. But her reflection just giggled, its voice sounding like Emily's but eerily warped, sending shivers through her. "Yes, you are. I can be you, you know," it said, with a grin that chilled Emily to the bone. That night, Emily was restless. She couldn't shake the sense of dread building inside her. In the quiet of the evening, she decided to cover the mirror. Maybe her grandmother was right after all. She pulled a soft, dark cloth over it, hoping to hide away the strange happenings and maybe even her fears. But covering the mirror didn't solve anything. She still felt the weight of her reflection's gaze haunting her. It felt like the mirror had a life of its own, breathing and watching her every move. That night, as Emily tried to sleep, she heard whispering. It was muffled but full of longing, echoing from behind the cloth. "Let me out," it seemed to say. "I want to be free." With each whisper, Emily's heart raced. She clutched her blanket, feeling tiny and scared. "This is just a dream," she reminded herself, but deep down, she wished she had never uncovered the mirror. The whispers continued, growing louder and more desperate. "I can be so much more than just a reflection. Let me out." The days turned into nights, and Emily began to lose track of time. Every time she looked at the covered mirror, she felt something pulling at her heart. It was as if the reflection was trying to break free, to take her place in the world. One night, she gathered her courage and pulled the cloth away. What she saw sent a thrill of fear through her. The reflection looked normal, but as she leaned closer, it smiled with a knowing look. "You can't escape from me, Emily. I am you," it purred softly, its voice smooth and seductive. "You cannot run forever." Emily backed away, her heart pounding. In a moment of panic, she grabbed the cloth and covered it again. "Just stay there," she cried, feeling like she was talking to a wild animal. But inside, her mind raced with questions. How could her reflection be alive? Why did it want to take her place? Days began to feel like weeks, and Emily no longer wanted to spend time in her own room. She felt trapped by a mirror that had become a living nightmare. Finally, she decided to confront her reflection. That night, she stood tall before the mirror, her heart pounding fiercely. "I know you are just a reflection," she yelled, shaking with fear but determined. "You will not take me." The reflection's eyes sparkled with something dark. "You think you can resist? I know every part of you, your fears, your dreams. I can be everything you wish to be." It moved closer, pressing against the glass, as if trying to reach out. "What if I told you there's a whole world on the other side? A world where you can be free?" Emily felt torn. Part of her was curious, but deep inside, she knew something terrible could happen. "No, I don't want to go there," she screamed, taking a step back. The reflection pouted and crossed its arms, but then it grinned again, a sly smile that sent chills down Emily's spine. Why not? Who wouldn't want to escape their dull life? It taunted, its voice dripping with allure. Emily felt anger bubbling up. "I'm not dull. I have dreams. I might struggle, but I don't need you." The reflection laughed, a sound that echoed eerily in her room. "Then let's see how long you can keep that promise," it challenged, and suddenly Emily stopped. Was it really a part of her, or something far more dangerous? With her heart pounding in her chest, Emily made a big decision. She remembered her grandmother's wisdom. She had to protect herself. She ran to the window, flung it open, and let the fresh night air blow into her room. Maybe I can break the curse, she thought as she gathered her courage. If I leave the mirror covered and take back my life, I can regain control. But something inside her felt scared, too. What if the reflection didn't want to let her go? She closed her eyes tightly, hoping this was the right choice. But when she turned around, her heart sank. The reflection was gone. Panic swept through Emily as she checked every corner of her room, looking for her reflection, feeling the weight of emptiness. As she paced back and forth, she felt the darkness closing in. The feeling of dread returned, heavier than ever. There was an unsettling silence, and she felt eyes watching her from the corners of the room. In that silence, she realized that she could still hear whispers echoing around her, low and twisted. "You will never escape me." Emily clutched her pillow tightly, her heart racing with horror as she breathed deeply, trying to find her courage once more. But as she settled back into her bed and tried to calm herself, a thought crept into her mind. What if the reflection was still there, somewhere in another world, waiting? The darkness took on a life of its own, swirling around her in whispers and soft laughter. "You belong to me now," it seemed to say. Emily felt her heart beat faster and faster as she began to realize something. No amount of hiding would keep her safe. She needed to face her true self and break the curse before it was too late. With courage she never knew she had, Emily decided to confront the spirit of the mirror once and for all. She opened her eyes, feeling bold. "I am not afraid of you. I will be free," she declared into the void of her room. How she would do it, she wasn't sure, but she knew she had to try. And so, standing in her dimly lit room with her heart in her throat, Emily prepared to fight for her identity, to reclaim her reflection and scream in defiance. But in the pit of her stomach, a part of her wondered what might happen next, how far this battle would go, and whether she would win back her soul from the cursed glass. And as she took a deep breath, she realized that she was just beginning to understand the true power of reflection, both the kind in the mirror and the one deep within her own heart. Emily's journey was about to take a twist she could never have imagined, one dark and stormy night. And all she could do was wonder what unseen forces were still lurking behind the silken veil of the mysterious mirror that had turned her life upside down. Emily's journey was about to take a twist she could never have imagined, one dark and stormy night. And all she could do was wonder what unseen forces were still lurking behind the silken veil of the mysterious mirror that had turned her life upside down. That night, as the wind howled and the branches scraped against her window like bony fingers, Emily steeled herself for a confrontation. The shadows in her room seemed to breathe and pulsate, wrapping around her like a tightening cloak. Each creak of the old house sent her heart racing, yet she refused to back down. She had to reclaim her reflection and, with it, her very essence. Taking a deep breath, Emily approached the mirror, feeling a strange pull urging her closer. The glass gleamed under the faint moonlight, its surface shimmering like deep water. Beneath the cloth covering, she could almost feel the weight of its dark presence, the energy crackling in the air around her. The whispers had grown louder, swirling like a haunting melody around her, tugging at her sanity. "You cannot escape, Emily," they hissed, echoing with a chilling tone that felt like ice sliding down her spine. "We are one." With trembling hands, she slowly lifted the cloth, her breath hitching in her throat as the reflection came into view. But this time, it wasn't merely a reflection. It was a taunting visage formed from shadows and light, its smile wide and sinister, eyes filled with an unsettling glint that shouted betrayal. It mirrored her own features, yet everything felt off, distorted. The reflection moved with an eerie grace, tilting its head and matching her every motion. But the expression on its face was one of glee, as if it reveled in Emily's fear. Suddenly, the room felt colder, the air thickening with an ominous energy. Emily swallowed hard, trying to gather courage, but the reflection spoke again, its voice a soft purr that wrapped around her like a dark cloud. Why do you struggle, dear Emily? Does it frighten you that you are merely a shadow of who you could be? Embrace the night. Embrace me. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind rattled the window shutters, and the lights flickered. It felt as though the very house was alive, breathing with malevolence. The reflection, energized by the chaos, lunged closer to the glass, and the surface rippled like water. Emily felt a palpable connection, as if the glass was a portal to a world filled with darkness. "Can you truly fight the inevitable?" it implored, its voice echoing as if 100 voices were merged into one. Emily staggered back, terror coursing through her veins as the shadows in the room twisted and distorted, reaching out with ghostly fingers. They began to swirl around her feet, creeping slowly up her legs, wrapping around her like cold chains. Panic engulfed her, but she refused to surrender. Shouting at the top of her lungs, she cried, "I am not afraid of you." But even as she declared it, the shadows seemed to absorb her words, smothering them in the darkness. She felt her breath quickening, her heart racing as the reflection became more animated, taunting her with every flicker in the dim light. "Join me, and together we can reshape reality. Why cling to a life filled with mediocrity when you can have power and freedom beyond your wildest dreams?" The walls closed in around her, and Emily could feel the pull of the reflection sucking her in, inviting her to step closer. You love the thrill of the unknown, do you not? The beauty of life is a mere illusion. So why not come and play with the shadows? It taunted, its voice dripping with deceit. Just as she felt herself wavering, a sudden thought anchored her. Her grandmother's words echoed in her mind, a fearful reminder of the mirror's dark past. It holds secrets you cannot imagine. Emily clenched her fists, gathering every ounce of strength within her. She remembered the love, the warmth of her grandmother's embrace, and how she had always been taught to trust in herself, even in her darkest moments. With a newfound determination, she stepped back from the mirror, her voice stronger than before. "You don't define me. I will break this curse." The shadows that had wrapped around her tightened momentarily, frantically trying to drag her back, but Emily struggled against their grip, focusing on a glimmer of light, the memory of her grandmother's love, her laughter echoing through the halls of her mind. The reflection howled in rage, its face distorting into a horrifying visage, twisting and morphing as its laughter boomed, echoing off the walls. "You think you can escape? You will always be bound to me." Fear momentarily gripped her, but she refused to let it win. "I'm not yours," she shouted, stepping toward the mirror once more, refusing to let it control her any longer. In that brave moment, Emily reached for the mirror, her hand meeting the cool glass surface. With a fierce resolve, she pressed her palm against it, the rhythmic pulsing of her heart matching the energy coursing through her body. Suddenly, the room erupted into chaos. The shadows shrieked, tossing and turning like wild beasts, howling in protest. The glass rippled violently, the edges shimmering like flames, as crackling energy surged through her palm. Emily could feel an overwhelming power rising within her, igniting a fierce light that seemed to push back against the darkness. "You will not take my soul. I am whole." With that declaration, a blinding flash of light erupted from her palm, flooding the room and scattering the shadows like smoke in the wind. The reflection screamed, a sound both furious and terrified, as the darkness pulled away, revealing the true essence of her room. The atmosphere shifted, and for a moment, Emily felt weightless, as if she were being lifted from a curse that had clung to her for far too long. But even in that moment of triumph, the fight was not over. The reflection's voice, now a specter lurking just beyond the shards of light, echoed painfully. "You may have won this round, but I will find a way to return. You can never truly escape me." Emily felt a shiver race down her spine, realizing that this battle had only opened the door to a much more demanding struggle. Breathing heavily, she pulled her hand back, her heart racing as she understood that while she had unleashed a powerful force against the darkness, the reflection was still there, waiting, lurking in the depths of her mind. With newfound determination, Emily couldn't let fear bind her again. She needed to understand this darkness, to face it head-on rather than let it linger in the shadows, threatening her sanity. As she turned back to the mirror, it stood there, cracked and marred, but still reflecting her image, a girl who had fought bravely, who would not give in easily. Tomorrow, I will gather all my strength, and I will confront whatever lies within, she vowed silently, knowing the reflection would still be there, whispering, coaxing, trying to pull her into its dark embrace. But Emily resolved to stay vigilant. The battle was won, but the war was just beginning, and she was determined to emerge victorious. The battle was won, but the war was just beginning, and she was determined to emerge victorious. As dawn broke, the dim light of early morning crept through her window, fighting the remnants of a night's darkness. Emily wasn't sure how many hours she spent staring at the cracked mirror, its surfaces still swirling with shadows, but she felt an undeniable sense of fatigue settling into her bones. The world outside her room had transformed. The familiar streets seemed distorted and foreign, painted with an unsettling darkness lingering like the dressings of a nightmare. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. Today would not be just another day. It would be a quest for answers. Her grandmother's faded journals, filled with cryptic notes and warnings about the mirror's spirit, waited patiently on the shelf, their pages filled with secrets that could unravel the shroud of mystery enveloping her. Each step toward the shelf felt like a trek through a haunted maze, and she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, as if specters were trailing her every move. As she opened the first journal, the scent of old paper wafted through the air, a mix of musty musk and faint lavender, reminiscent of her grandmother. Emily flipped through the pages, her heart pounding in her chest, each entry unveiling pieces of a dark history that felt all too real. Accounts of those who had gazed into the mirror only to unravel into madness. Victims who had lost themselves in whispers that became roars, consumed by the very shadows they wished to escape. Each word was another chill that crept into her bones, unveiling the insidious grip the mirror had on its victims. The darkness knows your fears, exploits your weaknesses, one passage cautioned. Emily's breath hitched as she read on, her curiosity battling with the creeping dread that clung to her. The words hinted at a ritual, a way to confront the spirit within the glass, but the details were murky, hidden beneath layers of her grandmother's warnings. Waves of uncertainty crashed over her, battling against a fierce determination. Could she really confront whatever lay within the mirror? Was she strong enough to face the darkness without losing herself in the process? Closing her eyes, she recalled last night's confrontation and the sheer force that surged within her when she pressed her palm against the glass. She had felt powerful then. She had pushed back against what had tried to consume her. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter pierced her thoughts, echoing from the depths of her mind. It was the reflection, still taunting her, still whispering, magnifying her doubts and fears. "Do you think you could defeat me, little girl? You are merely staving off the inevitable," it hissed, each word coiling into her thoughts like serpents. The laughter morphed into a symphony of echoing voices, familiar, yet warped, mixing with the sound of her own name, raised to new heights of mockery. Fighting back the tide of anxiety, Emily stood up, shaking off the feeling of dread coiling in her stomach. "I am not afraid of you," she shouted into the void, even as she felt doubt creep in. With the journals clutched tightly in her hands, she marched toward the bathroom, determination igniting the fire in her veins. The mirror loomed large before her, its cracked surface reflecting flickers of sunlight that danced like trapped ghosts, teasing her as they glimmered in the dark corners. Heart pounding, she placed the journal on the counter and opened it to the pages that detailed the ritual. It involved a summoning, a way to confront the spirit directly, a culmination of her fears, hopes, and desires twisted together into a spell that would either banish the darkness forever or ensure her downfall. As she began to chant the words written in her grandmother's shaky handwriting, the air around her thickened, almost palpable with an electric charge. The bathroom light flickered, plunging her into short bursts of darkness, making her jump with each shadow that appeared momentarily and then vanished. The laughter from the mirror responded with a melody of despair. "You dare summon me?" It echoed, each syllable laced with venom. "You think you can break what was set in stone?" Emily's heart drummed loudly in her chest, matching the rhythm of the shadows swirling inside the mirror. "I am here to reclaim what belongs to me," she shouted back, her voice stronger than before, reverberating throughout the small space as if challenging the malevolent presence. As she chanted, the reflection morphed, taking on ghastly shapes. Familiar faces twisted in anguish, figures from her past glowering at her with hollow eyes, each one echoing a fate she did not want to meet. They reached through the fragmented glass, their hands outstretched toward her. "Join us, Emily. We are your destiny," they wailed, their voices a tortured symphony of lost souls. Time felt elastic, stretching and contorting as the bathroom filled with a storm of darkness, a whirlwind that spun around her, threatening to rip her apart. Breathing hard, Emily fought against the chaos enveloping her, anchoring herself to the journal's words. Closing her eyes, she visualized a barrier of golden light enveloping her. "I defy you. You have no power here," she screamed, and the mirror echoed her defiance, battling against her resolve. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from the depths of the mirror, a vortex of shadows that pulled at her, threatening to cascade her into the darkness. Visions of her life flashed within the storm. Happy memories, painful moments, and the unwavering strength of her grandmother. "You are not your fears," she remembered her grandmother's voice saying. With that thought, Emily grasped the journal tightly, feeling its strength channeling into her. "I am more than just a reflection," she roared, and with a final scream, she thrust her hand forward, palm against the cold surface of the mirror, the words of her grandmother pouring from her lips in a torrent of defiance. Light exploded around her, blinding and intense, forcing the darkness to retreat, shrieking and writhing as if it were alive. The swirling shadows disintegrated, revealing a vision of the girl she once was, a determined, fierce spirit unbroken by fear. Even as the darkness clawed at the edges of her mind, Emily's resolve blazed with intensity, illuminating the room with a brightness that chased away the night. But even as the shadows dissipated with a final, ear-piercing wail, she felt the cold specter of the reflection sulking within the depths, waiting for an opportunity to strike back. With the light surrounding her and the remnants of a faint laughter echoing in her ears, Emily took a shaky breath and knew that the true battle was yet to come. This wasn't the end. It was merely a reprieve, and she needed to prepare. She would unravel the secrets of the mirror, confront her fears, and find a way to silence the darkness forever. But she also understood that the journey was fraught with peril, and that hidden within that elegant chaos of darkness lay truths that could ignite dangerously within her own heart. The fight for her identity had only just begun, and she wasn't about to back down. The fight for her identity had only just begun, and she wasn't about to back down. The very air felt different after that confrontation, charged with an energy that made the hairs on her arms stand on end. Emily could still feel the whisper of darkness snaking around her consciousness, waiting for a weak moment to slip in, to twist her thoughts and unravel her resolve. She had to be vigilant, for the reflection had shown her the myriad faces of her fears, self-doubt, guilt, regret, all masked within that smirking visage. She could sense the ominous shadow lurking, still breathing behind her, its presence like a cold draft brushing against her skin. Determined to fortify her defenses, Emily retreated to the sanctuary of her room, feeling the pulse of the outside world collapse into a thick, suffocating silence. The walls felt as if they were closing in, squeezing her heart with the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. She pulled the curtains shut, blocking out the wavering daylight that seemed to taunt her with its warmth. Her sanctuary, once a place of comfort, now felt like a cage, pressing against her from the corners and edging her toward an ever-looming darkness. Finding solace in the journals scattered on her desk, She immersed herself deeper into her grandmother's words. Each entry became a lifeline, guiding her through twisted paths laid out in dark ink. She pored over the passages with increasing urgency, desperate to uncover any clue that could help her defeat the lurking figure in the mirror. The more she read about the malevolent spirit, the clearer it became that it thrived on fear, feeding on the very essence of anguish that dwelled within her mind. It found pleasure in her uncertainty, drawing power from every ounce of dread that coursed through her veins. Sweat trickled down her spine as she turned the pages, and the descriptions of forgotten rituals twisted together with memories of childhood. Nights spent drifting into sleep as the shadows danced on her walls, her imagination conjuring up terrifying figures that lurked in the corners of her room. She remembered her grandmother sitting beside her, telling stories that used to chase away her fears. "You must face the shadows, dear, for they are nothing but figments of your mind," she had said, her voice imbued with love and wisdom. Emily shook her head, pushing back the creeping despair. "I won't be afraid," she declared, her voice echoing off the walls in a challenge to the darkness that threatened to consume her. Just as she committed herself to this resolve, a sound sliced through the silence. A whisper, soft and seductive, brushed at her ears like a chilling breeze. "You know you can't escape me, Emily. You belong to the shadows. Embrace it," the voice cooed, slithering through the essence of reality and wrapping around her thoughts. The air grew heavier around her, each breath becoming a laborious task as she felt the presence swell, darkening the room with a weight unlike any before. Shapes began to warp around her, the furniture shifting in her peripheral vision, the shadows stretching, elongating as if reaching for her, eager to pounce. The journal in her hands trembled, vibrating with the intensity of her heart as the words began to swirl in her mind, lost in the cacophony of voices calling her name. "No," she shouted, trembling with the effort to repel the encroaching darkness. "You have no hold over me." But even as she spoke, doubt flickered at the edges of her bravado, a thin veil threatening to fall. The laughter behind the shadows grew louder, a chorus of taunts reverberating through her bones, whispering sweet promises of surrender if she just opened her heart to their embrace. With each heartbeat, the shadows around her grew more defined, coalescing into figures that danced just out of sight. She clenched her fists, every sinew in her body urging her to flee, to hide beneath the covers until the nightmare passed. But she refused to yield. Instead, she scooped the journal closer, searching for the strength within its pages that had been filled with wisdom and warnings. Flipping urgently, she found an ancient incantation, a series of words meant to bind the spirit's power, a shield to protect her against its pull. Her voice quavered at first, but as she spoke, the words took on a life of their own. The shadows shrieked, their laughter twisting into howls of anguish as the light began to pierce through the encroaching dark. Emily stood up, emboldened, feeling the words dance on her tongue, each syllable pushing back against the tempest that threatened to swallow her whole. And then the mirror erupted, a violent crack ripping through its surface like a jagged lightning bolt. The reflection faltered, its face splintering into shards, scattering ideas of despair and haunting echoes of her past. But as the redoubled laughter shrieked in fury, the figures within the shadows morphed into memories of her childhood, imploring her to join them in their torment. "Emily, come play with us. We just want to be free," the shadows begged, their voices layered with desperation and loss, curling in her mind like tendrils of smoke, wrapping around her heart and squeezing. Fighting the urge to give in, she focused on the light swelling within her, radiant with courage and an indomitable spirit. "No, you are not free, just lost," she cried, fury fueling her words. The light surged forward, a brilliant wave washing over her, illuminating the reflective shards still intact, the remnants of what had once been. But the shadows clawed at her ankles, trying to drag her under, their whispers igniting long-buried insecurities. Could she truly break free? Yet with every shout of defiance, each affirmation of her identity, she felt the bonds of fear loosening, each incantation fortifying her. Then, Like a spark igniting a conflagration, Emily called forth the full power of the incantation. The light exploded with a burst of astonishing brightness, washing over the room and casting the darkness into recesses where it writhed and twisted in vain. With every word that spilled from her lips, the grip of the spirits weakened, their cries merging into a pulse of rage that filled the air around her, a final desperate attempt to reclaim what they had lost. "Enough!" she bellowed, her voice rising above the cacophony. The mirror trembled violently, splinters cascading to the floor. Like rain, each shard reflecting fragments of her spirit, a spirit rejuvenated by the battle she'd waged within herself. As the final echo of her words faded, the room fell silent, a heavy stillness enveloping her. Emily stood amidst the debris, breathless and shaken, heart hammering against her chest. The mirror, once a vessel of darkness, now lay in pieces, a shattered remnant of the battles fought. The oppressive weight of despair lifted, leaving behind an emptiness that was both liberating and terrifying. But even as triumph surged through her, deep down, Emily sensed the distant echo of the reflection still lurking somewhere within. It taunted her with whispers of future battles yet to come, promising that relinquished control would remain ever so enticing. She knew she had won this battle, but the war raged on, and the darkness was ever patient, ever hungry, silently biding its time in the shadows of her mind. Shuddering slightly, she cast one last glance at the remnants of the mirror, a symbol of her fight and a reminder that the true challenge lay ahead. Learning to confront not just the shadows but the fears that resided within herself, waiting for another crack, a moment of vulnerability when the darkness might rise again. And she would be ready, for she would carry the light she kindled within her, refusing to allow the night to reclaim her spirit once more. And she would be ready, for she would carry the light she kindled within her, refusing to allow the night to reclaim her spirit once more. Yet, just as Ethan turned to leave his room, heart pounding with the victory and emboldened by the flickering remnants of light, an unsettling chill slithered through the air, wrapping around her heart like icy fingers. She paused, feeling the temperature drop drastically, her breath visible in the dim light as a shivery sensation danced along her spine. The oppressive silence that followed echoed in her ears, amplifying the rapid thud of her heartbeat, as if the very walls were holding their breath, anticipating the next move. Suddenly, a whisper brushed against her ear, soft yet sinister. "You think you've won, little Emily? You've merely scraped the surface of darkness. I am ever present, lurking in the shadows of your mind. I will not be so easily dismissed." The shadows that remained in the corners of her room began to quiver and stretch, elongating into grotesque shapes reminiscent of twisted figures, claw-like hands reaching out from the inky void. Desperate and primal, a surge of instinct urged Emily to flee, but she forced herself to stay grounded, to forge forward with her newfound courage. "You won't take me again," she shouted defiantly, each word resonating with a thin veneer of strength as she tried to push back against the encroaching bleakness surrounding her. Yet, even she could hear the tremor underlying her proclamation, a suggestion of doubt creeping back into her mind. With a swift motion, she grabbed the remnants of her shattered mirror, pieces glinting ominously on the floor like shattered stars. She recognized the potential of these shards, her memories interlaced within their fractured surfaces. Each shard represented a part of her fight, and if she used them wisely, she had a chance to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Each movement felt excruciating, as if she were being weighed down by the very shadows she sought to escape, and she dropped to her knees to gather the fragments. As she touched one, a vision flashed before her mind's eye, a younger version of herself, eyes wide with wonder, yet glistening with tears. Tears from an earlier defeat, which had kept her hidden from the light for so long. Gritting her teeth, Emily pulled the shards closer and spoke another incantation she had discovered among her grandmother's words. "With hope and light, I reclaim these fragments." The moment the words escaped her lips, the shards began to glow, illuminating the room with a fierce light that radiated courage and resilience. But the shadows howled, more furious now than before. You think you can reform yourself with mere trinkets? I am the darkness that nourishes every fear, every anguish. I thrive on your pain. As if responding to their dark master, the shadows thickened, swirling into a tempest of despair that spun around her in wild spirals, flooding the air with a suffocating sense of dread. Figures of doubt pressed in, murky silhouettes echoing her deepest insecurities, the feeling of never being good enough, the haunting specter of loneliness, the residue of lost dreams and opportunities. Look at you, the shadows jeered, mocking her resolve as whispers intertwined with her thoughts. This is who you truly are. Fear-ridden and alone, you cannot outrun what lurks within you. A deep, primal fear clawed at her insides, and despite her brave front, Emily felt the tears prickling at the corners of her eyes. It was as if each shadow represented a piece of her shattered self, reminding her of how easy it would be to succumb to that darkness again, to allow it to swallow her whole in return for fleeting comfort. But then a flicker of light within her surged forth, egged on by the incantation still pounding through her veins. I am more than the shadows that haunt me. I am light, hope, and strength, she cried out, her voice gaining momentum, drowning out the echoes of despair. The shadows recoiled, shrieks of agony piercing the silence as tendrils of light pushed them back, illuminating the room with a brilliance that pushed against the encroaching dark. She could see the shadows writhing like serpents in a frenzy, their forms tangling in a desperate attempt to reclaim their hold over her, and she fought back with every ounce of strength she could muster. As the last incantation left her lips, Emily felt the air vibrate with uncontainable energy, a pulse resonating from within, unleashing a blinding torrent that surged forth like an unstoppable wave. The light cascaded across her surroundings, wrapping around her as a protective shield and casting out the lingering remnants of darkness that sought to possess her once more. But in that moment of clarity, a sinister realization dawned upon her. Though she had wielded light against the darkness, she also understood she could not escape it entirely. Shadows would always be a part of her existence. It was how she learned to wield them that would define her. Breathless yet uplifted, she stood resolute amidst the chaos. The room now flooded with radiant light as the shadows shrieked, their forms dissipating into thin wisps. In the flickering brightness, she scanned the room with renewed determination, noticing the way each corner was filled with translucence instead of absolute darkness. Emily understood she had turned the tide, but had not eradicated the threat. The specter of her fears lay dormant, awaiting the slightest crack of chink in her armor, lurking for an opportune moment to strike. Now, she needed to find a way to coexist with those fears instead of casting them away entirely. Balancing the shadows and the light would become her objective, leading her to embrace all aspects of herself, to face each fragment of existence with a fierce heart. As she gathered the last remnants of the shattered mirror, a flicker caught her eye, redirecting her attention to the corners of the room. The fragments were no longer just pieces of glass. They reflected more than just her visage. They now revealed echoes of her spirit taking shape. Each part gleamed with potential, hinting at different paths she could take, a life colored not only by decadence, but also with sorrows that had shaped her entire being. Feeling this revelation settle upon her, Emily smiled, allowing the warmth of her inner light to radiate outward as she adorned the remnants around her. With delicate precision, she began arranging the shards into a mosaic, a tapestry of light interwoven with replicas of shadows, the perfect juxtaposition of the two that made her whole. And as the final shard fell into place, a captivating image emerged, one of not just survival, but resilience and courage, a reminder that she would confront the shadows not as an enemy, but as a part of her, a part that deserved to be understood rather than feared. For as long as she could remember, the darkness had sought to consume her, but now, with resolve and understanding, she stood taller than before, an embodiment of duality, much like the world she inhabited. This was no longer a mere confrontation. It was an evolving dance with both light and dark, and the future held infinite possibilities that awaited exploration. The boundaries of fear would continue to challenge her, but now she resolved to answer each challenge with illumination, embracing her shadows while stepping forward into the unknown, ready to face both the horrors and wonders that lay ahead. The boundaries of fear would continue to challenge her, but now she resolved to answer each challenge with illumination, embracing her shadows while stepping forward into the unknown, ready to face both the horrors and wonders that lay ahead. As the last shard of glass clicked into place, a sense of calm washed over Emily, yet an unsettling crackle lingered in the air around her, as if the very fabric of reality was still shifting beneath her feet. The shadows that had once swirled angrily evaporated, leaving a haunting silence, but a chill, darker and heavier than before, settled in the corners of her room. It was a reminder that something remained, an awareness that spectral echoes had not completely retreated. With newfound courage, she took a deep breath, grounding herself as she approached the window. The night outside was cloaked in shadows, the moon casting an eerie, pale light upon the world. Trees loomed like dark sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching out with the gentleness of fingers, yet exuding a silent menace that sent shivers down her spine. A flicker of movement caught her eye, a darting figure just beyond the tree line, too swift and slight for her to discern. "Is someone there?" she called out, her voice steady, even as her heart raced with unease. But the night responded only with the rustling of leaves, whispering secrets that felt ominous rather than inviting. It felt as though the shadows were conspiring against her, gathering outside her sanctuary, plotting their next move. As she turned back into the room, each step seemed heavier, weighted by an invisible force. The remnants of her battle still glowed faintly, but began to flicker erratically, the light wavering like a candle fighting against the wind. Emily's breath quickened as a foreboding sensation settled deeper in her gut, warning her that the shadows were regrouping, perhaps even angrier than before. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, plunging her into a twilight gloom. The strands of glow that had emanated from her mosaic flickered persistently, revealing only the outlines of her once familiar surroundings. Panic surged within her as she stumbled back, searching for anything to leverage against the encroaching darkness. Emerging from the inky corners of the room, dark tendrils spiraled toward her, hissing with the sound of thousands of whispers swirling and merging into one, a cacophony of despair that wrapped around her. "You thought you could defy me, Emily? You've merely postponed the inevitable," echoed a voice that resonated from the very shadows themselves, ice coursing through her veins. Fear gripped her tightly, but she forced herself to remember her resolve, to shift the fear to purpose, to let her light shine. Channeling the flicker of strength that still resided within her, Emily focused on the shards, using them as her anchor. She recalled the words spoken in her grandmother's tales, weaving them together in her mind like a protective barrier. "I am whole, with shadows interwoven among my light," she intoned, the power behind the words gathering momentum. The darkness recoiled momentarily, as if caught off guard, its tendrils hesitating, giving her a fragile opening. Seizing the chance, she lifted her hand, willing the shards of the mosaic to surge with light. They responded to her call, shining brilliantly, illuminating the room once more. The light pushed back against the shadows, revealing their true forms, grotesque and twisted, each figure a representation of her unresolved fears. "Look at what you are!" the shadows shrieked, their voices laced with a chaotic mix of sorrow and rage. "You carry us with you, every single moment of shame and doubt. We are part of you, and we will never leave. You are a vessel of darkness, and we will drag you down until you drown in your own despair." The night swelled with a palpable tension as they lunged at her, clamoring to reclaim their grip, urging her to give in to the weight of her past. Emily braced herself, knowing this was the defining moment. She could either succumb to the specters looming over her or rise and claim her power. She stood firm, refusing to let fear dictate her destiny. "I will not hide from you," she shouted, a fierce illumination erupting from her core as her mosaic began to glow even brighter, its light transforming into an ethereal energy that wrapped around her like a protective shroud. Every shadow you bring forth, I will face. You are mine to confront, not to yield. With that pronouncement, the darkness writhed and twisted, recoiling from her radiant spirit, but their cries grew louder, morphing into a wailing chorus that echoed within her mind. The shadows began to fragment, splitting into myriad forms that surged forth, more menacing than before, driven by a relentless hunger to consume her spirit. Vivid shapes twisted in and out of her vision, each one depicting scenes from her past, moments of failure, lost friendships, and heartbreaking rejections. They bore down on her with a ferocity that shook her to her core as they hissed and spat their accusations, vivid images flashing before her. You will never be free. You are forever chained to us, destined to fail. Desperate, Emily felt her heart race, but deep within her, she sensed something shifting. The strength she had harnessed was not merely a defense, it was also a call to action. Summoning the power from the moonlit shards surrounding her, she began to weave her light into a tapestry that would bind the shadows, not through force, but by acknowledging them as part of her journey. I see you, she proclaimed, her voice rising above the raucous cries. You are my history, you are the lessons I've learned, and you have no dominion over me. I embrace you. The glow erupted from within her like an explosion of light, engulfing the room, illuminating every corner, every crevice, confronting those lurking fears as she stood unwavering at the epicenter. The shadows screeched, a raw mix of anger and hopelessness, and writhed against the force of her illumination, desperately attempting to escape the blinding truth she projected. Emily felt their cold tendrils brush against her skin, yet they could no longer quell her spirit. Instead, they started to dissolve, a fog of darkness lifting like a morning mist at the dawn of a new day. But just as it seemed she was gaining the upper hand, she perceived a chilling presence lurking deeper within, a core of darkness that remained fiercely unyielding. Unlike the rest, this was not a repetition of her fears. It bore a distinct weight, a remnant of something far more ancient, a shroud of malice that corrupted and fed on her vulnerabilities. Drawing a shaky breath, Emily recognized this was the true face of her darkness, a manifestation of despair threatening to overwhelm her. Why do you press on? You will fail again, it whispered, its voice enveloping her in a palpable dread that threatened to extinguish her light. Your past is a chain, and you are hopelessly bound to repeat it over and over in a cycle of despair. She fought hard against the despair tightening around her throat, drawing upon the fragments she had collected and the strength of her declaration. For every moment of failure, she countered with a memory of resilience, and with every doubt, she cast forth an affirmation of her worth. I release you, she said, her voice rising in fury and defiance. You have no power over me. The air shimmered with luminescence as the shadows recoiled, torn between retreat and attack. The ghostly visage before her twisted and faded, leaving behind a terrifying outline that loomed ominously. Its face morphed, shifting into familiar figures from her past. Loved ones lost, dreams abandoned, and echoes of laughter that had turned into bitter memories. Yet within the core of that darkness, Emily felt a surge of defiance. The phantom mingled with remnants of her past, hovering closely, a grim reminder of where she had once been. Yet something else lingered in its grasp, the undeniable spark of her struggle, the resilience seeping through the cracks. Every struggle defines me. Every victory ignites my spirit, she proclaimed, and as those words left her lips, the room erupted in blinding light once again. The warm glow wrapped around her, lifting her higher, illuminating a path through the despair. The shadows wailed as they were cast back, unable to withstand the purity of her spirit resonating through time and space. With this newfound clarity, Emily realized she was no longer fighting against the darkness. She was weaving her own reality into existence, embracing her past instead of fleeing from it. I am not defined by my fears. I am whole, a tapestry of both light and shadow. The words echoed powerfully, and as they resonated, the darkness disintegrated, caught in the maelstrom of her illuminating truth. Yet, even as the darkness receded, a sliver of uncertainty clawed at her heart. She sensed that this was not the end. The shadows would continuously whisper in the depths, tempting her to falter. But Emily felt prepared to face whatever came next. Having learned to embrace her shadows, she understood that they were intrinsic to her journey, a part of the deeper, richer tapestry of her existence. With the battle at a momentary standstill, Emily surveyed her surroundings anew, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Beyond the battlefield of her mind, she would have new horizons to explore, a journey to be undertaken out in the world, one filled with both light and darkness, a place where possibilities emerged anew. Though the shadows would linger, she pledged to face them, to shape them into lessons rather than burdens, ready to step into the night with courage. Filled with an unshakable resolve, Emily lifted her gaze toward the window, where the moon shone bright in the velvet sky, illuminating her path forward. The world awaited beyond the confines of her fears, vibrant with opportunities she dared to grab hold of, a testament to the strength forged within the depths of struggle. And as the first rays of dawn began to break, painting the horizon with hues of gold and coral, Emily knew that this was just the beginning, a journey that would lead her into both light and shadow, with bravery guiding her steps every inch of the way. As the first rays of dawn began to break, painting the horizon with hues of gold and coral, Emily knew that this was just the beginning, a journey that would lead her into both light and shadow, with bravery guiding her steps every inch of the way. Yet, just as she felt a flicker of hope, a chill crept back into the room, whispering the remnants of her darker encounters. A sudden draft swept through, extinguishing the warmth of her resolve. Shadows clung to the corners, refusing to be vanquished by the dawn, their edges curling like smoke creeping across the floor, threatening to engulf her once more. The remnants of her earlier confrontation began to swirl and twist, forming menacing figures in the corners of her vision. Each flicker of movement sent adrenaline coursing through her veins. She turned toward the darkened spaces as they seemed to pulsate, morphing into ephemeral shapes that danced just out of reach. In the dim light, the ethereal figures took on the faces of her past. Friends lost to time, loved ones taken too soon, and even strangers whose stares haunted her dreams. Their mouths moved silently, casting eerie glances laden with unspoken grievances, as if presenting her with a judgment that waited for her to acknowledge. An unsettling sensation prickled at the nape of her neck, compelling her to step back, but there was nowhere to retreat. The walls felt a little too close, and the air thickened, heavy with the weight of unfulfilled expectations. She heard a faint whisper at the edges of her comprehension, a guttural sound mingling sadness with the dark allure of despair. It crawled into her mind, wrapping around her thoughts like vines strangling a tree, squeezing until the breath felt pulled away. "Why do you persist, Emily?" The dissonant voice hissed from the shadows, seeping into her consciousness. "You think you can escape us? We are the truth you fear to confront." As if summoned by the chilling cadence of the voice, the dark figures lunged forward, distorting in a frenzy. Emily could feel the air grow heavy with their rage and sorrow, the static humming like a thunderous applause for her impending failure. Her pulse quickened, each beat a reminder of her heartbeat almost drowning beneath their weight. "Face us," they demanded, a symphony of fragmented voices screaming from the deep recesses of her mind, each syllable infused with agony. "Don't you want to know the truth? Your heart is weak, and in time, we'll be your only companions." Emily swallowed hard and squeezed her eyes shut, struggling against the rising tide of despair threatening to pull her under. She could feel the pull of darkness urging her to succumb, a mirage promising safety and surrender. Yet, deeper within her, the light glimmered, a fragile but stubborn flame that would not wane. "You are not my truth," she shouted, her voice rising defiantly. The sound echoed against the cavernous depths of her own mind, creating ripples that caused the shadows to falter, but not for long. They surged forward again, more feral than before, as their howls morphed into a cacophony of raving laughter that echoed through the room, a sickening, mocking sound that clawed at her sanity. With every laugh, memories of past mistakes unfurled like a tattered scroll before her. She saw herself as a child, standing alone on the playground, invisible to the other kids, and suddenly the laughter turned into hissing taunts. "You will always be alone, Emily. Always the outcast, always the mistake." That memory struck hard, like a physical blow that made her stagger back. Visions of other failures filled her mind. Times she had let loved ones down or lost opportunities by allowing herself to hesitate. Each regret manifested before her, pulling at her heartstrings as if digging into the cradle of her soul, promising that this was her forever. The once bright rays of morning light seemed to dim, as the shadows loomed overhead, blocking her from the awakening world outside. Despair threatened to wrap itself around her, like the suffocating darkness that had tried to stifle her the day before. The figures surrounding her took on grotesque forms, no longer just reflections of her past. They were twisted, distorted caricatures of dread that flickered insidiously from the corners of the room. "Join us, Emily," they chanted, their unified voice a spell that coiled around her ankles. "Let us guide you into the abyss. Feel the sweet embrace of oblivion. You know you want to give up." Just as the shadows lunged closer, Emily felt a surge of determination quake within her. She fought against the paralyzing fear, drawing on every ounce of strength she had gathered. "I am not afraid," she cried out, pushing back against the shadows with the force of her will. "You do not own me." The shadows hesitated, their forms rippling as her declaration rang throughout the space, reverberating with the tenacity of her defiance. Emily could feel the light in her soul igniting, responding to her pleas for survival with a brilliant pulse that pushed against the darkness. It illuminated the oppressive gloom, forcing the figures to retract momentarily, their own shadows diminishing under the weight of her growing brilliance. "You think a simple proclamation can change your reality?" The deepest, most malicious voice sneered, slithering back to form, looming larger and darker than all the others. "You think this fleeting light will shield you from the truth?" The shadows pulsated threateningly, swirling around her like a tempest of despair. Yet, in the moment of their advance, as a part of her shrieked with terror, another part began to comprehend the true nature of her battle. These echoes of her past held no actual power unless she allowed them to press down upon her spirit. Closing her eyes once more, Emily focused inward, visualizing the light surging from her core, bright and alive. She could see the edges of her shadows begin to fade, their forms vaporizing in the brilliance that was her will. "I choose to carry my past, not as a burden, but as part of who I am." The room began to pulsate with her glowing assertion, sending vibrations through the walls, reverberating through the air. The shadows staggered, a moment's confusion causing their assault to falter. Emily seized the opportunity, focusing on the memories that had once chained her heart so tightly. "You are not my chains, you are my lessons." Every failure drove me to this moment of truth. As her words rang out in the ethereal silence, the tendrils of darkness that had so viciously sought to keep her in a perpetual state of fear unwound, retreating hesitantly. She felt their grip slack, as if they were battling against an unseen force, a tether to the infinite void that struggled to pull her back into its clingy grasp. Spurred by her burgeoning light, Emily pushed forward, each word a sword that sliced through the tendrils of darkness entangled around her. "I embrace every shadow I have faced, and I will stand tall. I will rise from the ashes of despair and walk into the dawn unfettered." The pitch of the shadows rose to a crescendo, an agonizing mix of screams and agonized wails, as they buffeted against her resolve, desperately clawing at the light, seeking to reclaim her. But the more they flailed, the brighter she shone, casting rays that pierced through their chaotic forms. One by one, they began to dissipate, shimmering fragments as they were rendered powerless by her defiance. Yet, even as the room felt lighter, Emily sensed that the deepest remnants were still lurking just out of reach, poised to strike once more. With her heart pounding, she steeled herself for the ultimate confrontation that lay ahead. She understood that the struggle was far from over. Even in light, fragments of darkness always found a way to persist, to test her resolve. As the shadows dissipated like fog in the light of day, she could feel the lingering tremors in the air. A sense of foreboding clung to the edges of this dawning victory. The realization that the true battle lay ahead, beyond the confines of her newly fortified sanctuary. Emerging from the remnants of her fears, she knew she would need to confront them boldly as she ventured into the outside world, where shadows could lurk not just in her mind, but in the hearts of others too. Taking a deep breath, Emily cast one last glance at the thriving mosaic, its fragmented brilliance interweaving light and darkness, a reminder of her journey, of what she had faced and overcome. As the daylight began to illuminate her path forward, she gathered her strength, ready to step into the unknown, where her fight against the shadows would continue, this time with clarity and purpose guiding her every step. Taking a deep breath, Emily cast one last glance at the thriving mosaic, its fragmented brilliance interweaving light and darkness, a reminder of her journey, of what she had faced and overcome. As the daylight began to illuminate her path forward, she gathered her strength, ready to step into the unknown, where her fight against the shadows would continue, this time with clarity and purpose guiding her every step. With resolve coursing through her veins, Emily pushed the heavy door open and stepped out into the world. The cacophony of nature greeted her, birds chirping, leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Yet it felt strangely muted, as if a veil hung between her and the vibrant life outside. Shadows lurked at the edges of her vision, just beyond the reach of the light. With every stride, the whispers of doubt beckoned, flickering in and out of her perception. "You cannot escape us," a familiar voice echoed, sending a wave of unease coursing through her. The familiar echoes of rejection and regret began surfacing again, slithering into the consciousness she had fought so hard to reclaim. She momentarily faltered, the joyous sunlight refracting through the trees morphing into grotesque shadows that danced maliciously across the ground. Feeling the tension build within, Emily shook her head, desperately trying to dismiss the rising fear. She pressed on, the ground beneath her feet firm and grounding, yet the sensation that she was being watched sent goosebumps racing over her skin. She brushed it off as paranoia, but every rustle from the foliage heightened her awareness, the feeling of unseen eyes penetrating through the sanctuary of her newly kindled strength. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the atmosphere grew heavier, laden with an unsettling stillness that enveloped her like a damp cloak. The trees, once benevolent and lush, began to twist into sinister forms, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky in grotesque shapes. Leaves rustled, whispering secrets she had no desire to uncover. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye, a flash of white darting behind a trunk, almost human but far too quick and too ethereal to comprehend. Her heart pounded fiercely, and she fought against the instinct to turn back. The shadows, once tethered tightly to her fears, had morphed into something tangible, something that lingered not just in her mind but in the world around her. She sensed a presence edging closer, and her breath quickened, the air tasting of fear and dread. "Who's there?" she called, her voice steady despite the tremor quaking in her chest. The silence that followed was suffocating, heavy with anticipation. It felt as though the world held its breath, waiting for her to falter. Suddenly, the ground shifted beneath her feet, and a low growl erupted from the depths of the underbrush, reverberating against the stillness. Dark shapes began to emerge from the shadows surrounding her, gliding between the trees, their eyes gleaming like smoldering coals, reflecting hunger and malice. Emily felt the chill crawl back down her spine as she recognized the figures, spectral hounds that had haunted her nightmares, manifestations of her fears given breath and form. "Run," A voice within her screamed, and for a moment, she hesitated, caught between the will to fight and the instinct to flee. The hounds edged closer, their growls intensifying, a symphony of chaos that ignited terror deep within her. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, she turned on her heel and sprinted, the ground a blur beneath her feet. Branches clawed at her clothes and skin as she dashed through the thicket, each snap echoing like a gunshot in the eerie silence. The hounds pursued, their breath hot on her back, an echo in the darkening woods that seemed all too eager to reclaim her. The deeper she ran, the more the shadows twisted around her, distorting her sense of direction. Every glance over her shoulder revealed their demonic forms loping effortlessly through the woods, their spectral bodies blending seamlessly into the gloom, gaining on her with each frantic heartbeat. Panic surged within her. She could feel their desire to consume her despair, to revel in the remnants of her fears, vying to drag her back into the darkness from which she had fought so hard to escape. Fight back, she urged herself, gritting her teeth. You faced them before. Her mind raced back to how the memories had twisted into nightmares of their own, feeding on her sorrow like a wolf hungrily hunting its prey. She couldn't allow them to win. She had fought them before in her mind. Now it was time to face them in the physical world. Her feet found stable ground as she skidded to a halt. She turned to confront her pursuers, heart racing, even as uncertainty gnawed at her resolve. The hounds circled around her, snarling, their lips curling back to reveal glimmering fangs drenched in darkness. She could hear the mockery in their growls, sense their anticipation hanging in the air, and yet, somewhere deep inside, the ember of her determination ignited once more. Enough! She shouted, her voice echoing through the stillness, laced with an authority she didn't know she possessed. You have no claim over me. With every ounce of strength, she summoned the radiant light that had once pushed back the shadows of her mind. She extended her hands outward, feeling the energy surge within her. It crackled, illuminating the trees around her in vibrant hues that cast away the encroaching darkness. The hounds faltered, their growls becoming hesitant, as if her assertiveness had shattered their menacing facade. Summoning memories of strength, the countless hours spent overcoming self-doubt, the love of those who believed in her. Emily allowed the light to expand, pushing past the clutches of despair. The brilliance enveloped her, a shield in the heart of the storm. Faced with the luminescence born of her resilience, the hounds recoiled, their forms morphing and dissolving in the presence of her burgeoning power. With each pulse of her light, they began to wail, a cacophony of pain and frustration that echoed through the woods. Emily felt a surge of triumph, but it was quickly dampened by the residual shadows lurking in the corners of her mind, echoes of anger and hurt that seemed to whisper from the depths of the underbrush. Face us, face your fears, they screeched, a chorus that sent shivers racing across her skin. As the hounds evaporated from sight, glimmers of darkness coiled tighter around the trees, solidifying into a figure swathed in shadows. This presence was different. It held a sinister familiarity that sent her heart plummeting. Standing at the edge of her awareness was a distorted visage of herself, eyes hollow and void of light, an incorporeal ghost who wore her intentions like a mask, a reflection of what she might become if she allowed the darkness to consume her. You think you've won? You can't escape me, the shadow snarled, voice resonating with haunting familiarity. I am the sum of your failures, your regrets. I will follow you into the light and extinguish it. Emily felt her fortitude waver, the shadows threatening to creep back under her skin, eliciting memories of guilt and despair that clawed at her resolve. The lurching figure twisted and contorted, representing every doubt she had ever faced, every moment of fear, every hesitation that had held her back from pursuing her dreams. You think you can shine bright enough to drown me, it challenged, advancing toward her with a sinister grace, each step echoing the relentless taunts of her past. No, she screamed, finding her strength once more. In that moment of despair, a flicker of hope ignited within her heart, urging her to remember all that she had fought for. all she had overcome to stand here now. "You are not me, and I will not let you win." With that declaration, Emily dug deeper into her reservoir of light. She focused on each reminder of love and belief that had carried her this far, each piece of kindness that allowed her to stand tall in the face of adversity. With a surge of compassionate fervor, she unleashed a blast of radiant brilliance, illuminating the shadowed figure. The light engulfed the dark apparition, stretching its limbs until they dissipated like smoke in the wind. Shriek after shriek echoed into the ether, until finally the figure shattered, leaving nothing but echoes of silence in its wake, the shadows retreating into the deepest woods, shrinking into oblivion. Panting heavily, Emily stood amid the stillness, the world around her coming back into focus. She could feel the remnants of fear fade slowly, yet she understood that the shadows could return, lurking just beyond her line of sight. The struggle within her was far from over. Shadows were a part of her journey, lessons wrapped in darkness that could help her grow stronger if she continued to face them. Determined not to yield, Emily inhaled deeply, filling her lungs with the crisp air of newfound strength. Her feet shifted purposefully as she moved forward, stepping out into the sunlit clearing once more, ready to embrace the unfolding journey that awaited her. Each step was a promise to continue learning, to understand her fears, and to shine in defiance of the darkness that surrounded her. Every adventure she would take from here would require her to wield both the light and the shadows, to blend the colors of her experiences seamlessly into the tapestry of her story. With courage surging in her heart, she ventured deeper into the forest, prepared for the trials ahead and resolute in her journey to reclaim not just her light, but every shade of her existence. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the path became narrower and less distinct, swallowed by the thick underbrush. Shadows danced beneath the canopy of intertwining branches above, flickering like flames, and the air grew denser with an unsettling chill. Wisps of fog curled around her ankles as if reluctant to let her pass, the shadows whispering ancient secrets that tugged at the edges of her. Memory. Each footfall became more deliberate, unease creeping into her awareness as the sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick foliage, casting long, spindly shadows that writhed just beyond her peripheral vision. The trees loomed higher, their bark twisted with age, gnarled roots breaking the surface like skeletal fingers reaching up from the unseen depths of the earth. Emily felt the weight of their presence, as if they were sentinels guarding the forgotten recesses of the forest. With each glance back, she half expected to see the spectral hounds limping in her wake, their glowing eyes gleaming insidiously in the fragments of light that cascaded through the leaves. Her breath hitched at the thought, a dreadful surge of adrenaline spurring her onward. Yet the fear lingered, gnawing at her thoughts like a persistent shadow. Suddenly, a rustle sounded nearby, breaking the deafening silence that had wrapped around her like a shroud. The sound was closer this time, sharper, like claws scraping against bark, and a low growl reverberated through the air, a sound so primal it sent chills cascading down her spine. She stopped, heart racing, inhaling sharply as she strained to peer into the dense thicket. Reality twisted. The shadowy undergrowth began to convulse, as though something monstrous slithered just beneath the surface. Panic surged within her, compelling her to move, but her feet felt rooted in place, the stench of decay wafting through the air, thickening her dread with every passing second. After what felt like an eternity, the silence was shattered by a bone-chilling howl erupting from the unseen depths of the forest. The sound was raw and haunting, echoing against the trees and sending a shiver of terror coursing through her. Instinct kicked in, and Emily turned to run, her heart pounding loudly in her ears as she weaved between the ancient giants that surrounded her. The underbrush clawed at her arms, tugging at her clothes, as if the very forest did not wish to let her escape. She ducked beneath low branches that threatened to snag her, pushed through bushes that reached for her, yearning to ensnare her as she fled from the unknown. Each rapid breath betrayed her mounting fear, the racing thoughts blurring into a singular mantra. Don't look back. And yet, despite her desperate resolve, her instinct screamed at her to glance over her shoulder, a primal urge to assess the danger lurking behind. When she finally did, the sight that met her eyes was one of pure horror. The darkness had come alive, twisting and coiling among the underbrush, tendrils of shadow extending outward, weaving toward her like sinister fingers. Above the ground, she could see the silhouettes of the hounds taking form, their hollow eyes fixated on her, breathlessly panting in unison, becoming a dreadful pack that surged forward, glowing eyes threatening to ensnare her within their malevolence. Just then, a sharp pain pierced her ankle, and she stumbled, the ground beneath her shifting unexpectedly as she fell to one knee. In that moment of vulnerability, she felt the air grow colder, a heavy gloom pressing down on her, dark tendrils creeping closer. Panic seized her heart, and without thinking, she charged forward, ducking under an arch formed by twisted branches that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Behind her, the hounds' growls echoed ominously, their vibrant eyes drenching the forest in a horrific light as they closed in. Slipping through a narrow passage created by overgrown ferns and jagged rocks, Emily felt the raw energy of the earth absorbing her fear, filling her veins with a fierce resolve that forced her to press on. She stumbled into a small clearing, heart racing as the dim sunlight glimmered through the remnants of twilight. Yet her moment of respite was met with an unsettling discovery. The ground shimmered with glistening, dark liquid that pooled ominously in the center, reflecting the twisted trees around it like a murky mirror. Instinctively, she froze, the air thickening with a suffocating stillness that surrounded her. Beneath the surface of the liquid, she could almost make out shapes, twisted figures that wriggled and writhed, faces contorted in silent screams, beckoning her to come closer. Her heart hammered in her chest, the shadows encroaching from the edges of the clearing, whispering her name, a cacophony of disjointed voices rising to a fever pitch. They offered promises of power, of reprisal against those who had wronged her, all wrapped in the alluring embrace of darkness. The silence shattered as a chilling laugh spilled from the shadows, vibrating through her bones. "You can't escape what you truly are," the voice whispered, an icy caress that dripped with malice. Emily gripped the earth beneath her, frustration mingling with fear as she fought against the seductive pull of despair. "You are just like us, bound to this darkness forever." Overwhelmed, tears welled in her eyes, but she blinked them away and shouted back defiantly, "No, I refuse to be defined by my fears." The clearing trembled, the ground shuddering beneath her feet as Emily drew upon every ounce of strength, summoning the light that had once helped banish the shadow hounds. The murky liquid began to ripple violently, the twisted faces beneath the surface contorting in rage as her brightness expanded outward, threatening to disrupt the grip of the darkness surrounding her. Yet she felt the shadows fight back, cold tendrils wrapping around her ankles, struggling to pull her down into the abyss. With a primal scream, she unleashed her light, a radiant explosion of warmth that surged like a tidal wave through the clearing. It burst forth with blinding intensity, illuminating the treetops, drowning out the whispers clawing at her mind. The shadows writhed and shrieked, receding momentarily from the raw power she emitted, but she knew they would not relent for long. Clenching her fists, she propelled herself forward, plunging through the thickening darkness that sought to suffocate her resolve. As she pushed deeper into the forest, the ground fell away, revealing a steep drop. The air grew thick with tension, and an oppressive silence settled around her, devoid of the comforting sounds of life. The shadows seemed to coalesce into a swirling tempest, murmuring threateningly as they tugged at her, a maelstrom of doubts and fears determined to consume her once more. Without warning, the illusion of safety shattered as the ground beneath her crumbled, her footing slipping into the abyss. In that moment of uncertainty, Emily felt the rush of gravity pulling her down, but instinctively, she reached out, grasping onto a jagged root that jutted from the rocky ledge. She dangled precariously, the echoes of her heartbeat thundering in her ears, matching the relentless growl of the shadows as they rallied below. Anxiety surged, but she forced herself to focus amidst the chaos, drawing upon her resilience, merging her essence with the earth, finding strength in this darkness she had once feared. With a fierce determination that burned within her, she pulled herself up, unearthing every fragment of light she had cultivated, channeling it into a powerful wave that cascaded over the edge like a brilliant waterfall. The darkness recoiled, howling in fury as the blinding light illuminated the chasm below. For a fleeting moment, she caught sight of the shadows dissipating like fog, the hounds melting into wisps of black smoke that retreated into the deep recesses of the woods. Climbing firmly onto the ledge, Emily steadied her breath, pain and exhaustion coursing through her veins. She realized then it was not merely a battle against external forces, but a confrontation of her very essence. The darkness would always be a part of her journey, a counterbalance to the light that resided within, the duality of her soul that could be nurtured rather than feared. As the echoes of the hounds faded into the forest's depths, her thoughts turned resolute. She would reclaim her narrative, fierce and free, embracing every facet of her existence. The world was vast, painted in shades of light and darkness, and it was hers to navigate, one step at a time. With renewed fervor, she moved from the ledge, trusting that even amidst the shadows, she would find her way, stepping boldly into whatever lay ahead. With renewed fervor, she moved from the ledge, trusting that even amidst the shadows, she would find her way, stepping boldly into whatever lay ahead. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the air thickened with a palpable sense of foreboding. The once familiar sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves had vanished, replaced by an oppressive silence that felt all-consuming, as if the very atmosphere held its breath, awaiting a reckoning. As she walked, shadows flitted at the corners of her vision, darting in and out of the underbrush like phantoms teasing her mind. Every rustle, every whisper of movement ignited her anxiety, each sound a reminder that she was not alone. The trees loomed overhead, their twisted branches twisting into grotesque shapes, casting sinister silhouettes against the dimming light. Emily could almost feel their eyes upon her, an uncomfortable sensation that made the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. Just ahead, the path narrowed further, enveloped in a thick fog that rolled in like a spectral tide. With cautious determination, she pressed on, yet the mist seemed to thicken around her, wrapping her in its cold embrace. It smelled of damp earth and something far more sinister, the sour scent of decay curling up her nose and settling uneasily in her stomach. As she advanced, Emily felt her heart begin to race. The world around her shifted, and the ground felt uneven beneath her feet, as if it were softening, ready to swallow her whole. And then she heard it, a distant echo, a chilling cacophony that sent shockwaves of dread through her body. A scream, an agonized, blood-curdling sound that seemed to rise from the very depths of the forest. It reverberated through the mist, a sinister invitation, luring her to investigate its source. Uncertainty gripped her chest, but the adventurous spark within ignited a reckless bravery. What if someone else was trapped, lost in the clutches of the same darkness that sought to ensnare her? Driven by a mixture of trepidation and an overwhelming need to help, Emily pushed forward, heart pounding in her ears as she traversed the shifting terrain. The fog swirled more intensely, and with each step, the world around her began to morph and twist. Whispers entwined with the air, echoing sweet nothings that clawed at her resolve. "Join us," they urged, seductive and laced with malice. "Embrace the shadows." Shaking her head to dispel the enchantment, Emily pressed on, willing herself to stay focused. The screams grew louder, the plea for help clawing at her mind. Then, out of the fog, a figure emerged, hunched, shivering, partially obscured by the swirling mist. It was a woman, hair matted with grime, clothes torn and stained, eyes wide with terror. "Help me," she gasped, her voice shaky yet imploring, drawing closer as Emily approached. But just as she reached out a hand, The ground suddenly shifted beneath the woman's feet. A deep crevasse opened wide, gaping like a yawning maw. The woman teetered at the edge, screaming in pure panic, and Emily's heart lurched. Before she could react, dark tendrils of shadow shot up from the depths, wrapping around the woman's legs, pulling her down into the void. "No!" Emily screamed, but it was too late. The woman disappeared into the darkness, her terrified cries echoing as if swallowed whole by the earth. The ground settled with an eerie finality, the fog thickening once more, leaving Emily in stunned silence. Dread washed over her, an oppressive shroud draping her shoulders as panic clawed at her insides. The realization hit her. This forest was alive, a sentient being that thrived on fear and despair, utilizing every vulnerable soul to feed its insatiable hunger. She turned sharply, desperate to escape the scene of horror, but the shadows seemed to shift and dance, coiling around her like a serpent. Just ahead, she spotted a narrow arch created by a fallen tree, its roots clawing up towards the sky like skeletal fingers. Summoning her remaining courage, she dashed toward it, hoping fervently that it would lead her to safety. As she squeezed through the arch, a cold gust of wind rushed past her, chilling her to the bone and causing the hair on her arms to raise. The moment she passed through, she felt a change in the atmosphere, a heavier presence that loomed behind her. Turning slightly, she peered back into the path she had just traversed, and her breath caught in her throat. From the shadows emerged more figures, twisted apparitions with hollow eyes and twisted grins. They glided toward her without a sound, their forms ghostly and insubstantial, but the malice in their empty gazes was unmistakable. Paralyzed with fear, she tried to convince herself it was a trick of the light, but as they drew nearer, she felt their cold presence seep into her very bones. The whispers grew louder, a deafening chorus pleading with her, beckoning her to join them in their eternal torment. "No," she shouted again, voice trembling but fierce. "I won't give in. You don't own me." With an intensity she didn't know she possessed, Emily summoned her light once more, envisioning it as a burning fire within her. She raised her hands, and in an instant, radiant beams shot forth, illuminating the fog and piercing through the shadows that sought to consume her. The figures recoiled, screeching in agony as the light washed over them, revealing their true forms of distorted anguish and despair. But even as the fading specters retreated, she knew this wouldn't last. The forest was vast and relentless, and every ounce of exerted light seemed to drain her essence, her strength ebbing away, threatening to extinguish the flickering flame of hope still burning within her. The shadows around her pulsed, an ominous rhythm agitating the air as more dark figures converged on her position. With each second, they drew closer, their hollow eyes filled with rage, claws reaching out like chilling hands prepared to snatch her away. Scrambling backward, Emily realized she had to find a way to escape this forest of horrors, to break free from its grasp before it claimed her as it had claimed so many others. Just ahead, through the haze of the fog, something shimmered faintly in the distance. A glimmer of hope perhaps, a sign of light piercing through the heavy veil of darkness. Despite the fear gnawing at her insides, she took a deep breath, heart pounding, and sprinted toward it, her footsteps heavy but determined. As she approached, the shimmering intensified, revealing a clearing bathed in an otherworldly glow. The air felt different here, lighter, even as the shadows encroached behind her. A voice resonated within her mind, clear and soothing, grounding her amidst the chaos. It spoke of freedom, acceptance of both, light and dark, the strength found in embracing her true self. She hesitated only for a moment at the cusp of the clearing, the shadows clawing at her heels and urging her to turn back. But she knew now, more than ever, that to reclaim her existence, she must confront the darkest corners of her soul and stand firm against the fears that sought to chain her down. "Here, I will find my truth," she whispered to herself, stepping fully into the light, ready to face whatever awaited her. The shadows shrieked, swirling in a tempestuous frenzy behind her. But as the warmth of the light enveloped her, Emily felt an internal strength blooming, ready to confront the remnants of her past and the shadows following in her wake. The warmth of the light enveloped her, and Emily felt an internal strength blooming, ready to confront the remnants of her past and the shadows following in her wake. As she stepped deeper into the clearing, she noticed a strange luminescence that pulsated gently in the air, drawing her closer like a beacon of hope amidst despair. But as she advanced, a bitter chill swept through the space, extinguishing the warmth that enveloped her just moments before. The shimmering light flickered ominously, as if responding to the encroaching darkness, and the shadows coalesced around the perimeter of the clearing, inching closer like creeping vines ready to ensnare her. The luminous visions began to shift, morphing into haunting images that danced in her mind. A flash of memories long buried, suddenly bursting forth like specters demanding recognition. A child's laughter echoed in the distance, a soft and sweet sound marred by an underlying tone of sorrow. She saw fleeting glimpses of her younger self playing in the meadow, her innocence untouched. The cheerful atmosphere quickly faded as the shadows curled around the memories, twisting them into tortured forms that slipped through her fingers. The laughter morphed into an anguished sob, reverberating through the air, a lament that tugged at her heartstrings. "Emily," the voice whispered, now laden with urgency and desperation. "Help me?" The feeling of dread nestled deeper within her as she turned, desperately seeking the source of that heart-wrenching call. The figures in the shadows grew more defined, forms resembling those she had lost, faces twisted in suffering, reaching out toward her with skeletal hands and eyes that begged for salvation. The weight of their anguish pressed heavily on her chest, each shadow a reminder of the pain she had tried to distance herself from. Yet it loomed larger now, an inescapable truth that followed her journey. She gasped, struggling to remain focused, fighting the allure of their sorrowful pleas. These were not just figures, they were fragments of herself, pieces torn away by grief and despair. The shadows were crafted from her fears, from the moments of weakness she wished to bury. The clearing, once a sanctuary, felt like a stage for her most harrowing confessions. "Face us, Emily," they cried, voices intertwining in a cacophony of torment. "You can't escape what you've created. We are you." The shadows surged forward, lifting her off the ground, wrapping around her like chains of darkness, dragging her towards the edge of the clearing. Panic surged in her veins, and she struggled against their grasp, the coldness seeping into her skin and leaching the warmth from her soul. "No, I won't be swallowed by this," she shouted defiantly, but the shadows only tightened their hold, pulling her deeper into the abyss of her own memories. Just as despair threatened to swallow her whole, a spark ignited within Emily. She recalled the light she had summoned before, the warmth that had once enveloped her. With every ounce of rage and pain transforming into resolve, she closed her eyes, willing herself to embrace both the light and the darkness, understanding that they were inseparable parts of her being. "I am not afraid," she roared, channeling all of her pent-up energy into a radiant force. Light erupted from her core, cascading outward, illuminating the clearing with a brilliance that fought against the encroaching shadows. Ethan and the lost figures of her past were momentarily suspended, their twisted forms illuminated yet somber, their anguish palpable, yet transformed as they turned their hollow eyes toward her. With this new radiance, the chains of shadows began to recede, loosening their grip as bursts of color swirled around her, illuminating her surroundings, revealing the true forms of those who had been twisting in agony. They appeared not as victims of despair, but as echoes of the battle she had fought, reflections of her own journey through suffering. Yet from the depths of the shadows came a chilling laughter, a sound that sent a shiver down her spine as a darker aspect rose from the ground. Larger than before, a silhouette that loomed particularly from the shadows. Its features were shrouded, an empty void where a face should be, and its voice slithered through the air like a serpent. "Foolish girl," it hissed, echoing through the clearing, reverberating deep into her bones. You think you can escape me? I am the darkness you created, the fears you fostered. I am the shadow of your very soul. Emily took a shaky breath, trembling against the weight of despair, but she refused to back down. You're not my master. I hold the power to redefine who I am. The figure recoiled slightly, but the shadows writhed more intensely around her, shrieking in unison. They clawed at her emotions, dredging up painful memories and twisted thoughts designed to trap her in a losing battle. The laughter became a shrill cacophony, an echoing reminder of her past failures and losses, attempting to sap her of the strength she had mustered. You're just a flickering flame amidst the void, it taunted. No one can withstand eternal darkness. Fueled by this malicious claim, Emily focused on the warmth within her. A relentless fire ignited by her belief in herself, her capacity for growth and transformation. She called upon the memories of laughter, of love, and of light, summoning every ounce of joy and triumph she had experienced. Amidst the shrieking shadows, she felt a shift within her, a tremor of profound strength emerging from the core of her being. I carry the light of my memories, and I am more than what you say, she declared, her voice rising above the din as golden light surged from her being, expanding outward in a brilliant explosion. The shadows writhed violently, shrieking as they dissolved against the radiant force. The dark figure lunged, but Emily stood firm, light coalescing around her like an impenetrable shield. I embrace all that I am, light and dark, she shouted defiantly, forcing the light to surge forward, cascading through the remaining shadows and engulfing the dark specter in its brilliance. The shrieks fell silent as the radiance enveloped everything, illuminating the clearing and casting away the remnants of despair. As the last shadows melted away, Emily collapsed to her knees, breathless but unbroken. She could feel the warmth of hope returning, allowing tears to slip down her cheeks, not of sorrow, but of catharsis and strength. She had faced the darkness, confronted her fears, and emerged more resilient than before. Looking around, she saw the clearing transforming, the oppressive fog lifting to reveal a vibrant, undulating tapestry of colors, a testament to her growth. Yet even amid the newfound beauty, an unsettling awareness lingered in the back of her mind. While she had won this battle, she knew the journey had only just begun. The forest still breathed around her, alive with echoes of both darkness and light, a reminder that she must remain vigilant in her quest for self-acceptance. With newfound clarity and resolve, Emily rose to her feet. The path ahead might be fraught with challenges, but she was determined to navigate it. As she took her first steps into the radiant clearing, she embraced her complicated relationship with her own existence, ready to confront whatever horrors might lie ahead. Each step resonated with the rhythm of her heartbeat, a reminder that while shadows may skulk in corners, the light of her spirit would always burn bright, guiding her through the unknown. As she took her first steps into the radiant clearing, she embraced her complicated relationship with her own existence, ready to confront whatever horrors might lie ahead. The ground beneath her feet felt unusually solid, as if the earth itself rejoiced in her triumph over the shadows. Yet, something deep within her stirred uneasily, an instinct telling her the journey was far from over. The vibrant colors of the clearing began to dim gradually, the warm light flickering as ominous clouds gathered overhead. An unsettling wind whispered through the trees, rustling the leaves and carrying with it the distant echoes of the haunting laughter she had just silenced. Each gust sent a chill racing down her spine, rekindling the fear she had sought so hard to dispel. Her heart began to race anew, and Emily instinctively glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see the shadows reforming. But instead, she found herself alone. An eerie silence settled in around her like a shroud, the beauty of the clearing fading into grotesque forms that seemed to flicker, almost teasing her with their transient essence. Dark shapes lurked among the trees, and she felt eyes upon her, scrutinizing, waiting for her next move. Is this what freedom looks like? She whispered to herself, the quiver in her voice betraying her bravado. Suddenly, a cacophony of whispers encircled her, invasive and relentless, as if the very forest itself spoke in hushed tones, sharing secrets meant to remain hidden. "Turn back, Emily," they urged, their voices dripping with malice. "You don't belong here. You can't escape what you are." The trees bent forward, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers, reaching for her, threatening to ensnare her limbs with their grasp. The once vibrant colors now dissolved into hues of gray and black, painting the landscape with a sense of desolation. Emily pressed her palms to her ears, trying to drown out the disembodied voices of despair that clawed at her mind, but their resonance only grew louder, morphing into a single, terrifying roar of anguish that rattled her bones. "Face us," they screeched, and the bark of the trees bubbled and twisted, forming grotesque faces snarling at her, their mouths stretching wide to let out a chilling wail that felt like it could shatter glass. Their eyes glinted malevolently, imbuing the grounded forest with a sinister energy that sent tremors of dread coursing through her. "No, I will not be a prisoner of my memories," she shouted defiantly, her voice hoarse as she fought against the overwhelming tide of despair threatening to pull her under. Gathering every shred of courage, Emily took a step forward, channeling the radiance she had embraced moments before. The light flickered weakly, struggling to combat the oppressive darkness that surged toward her, but she refused to let it dim. She drew upon every ounce of strength she could muster, envisioning the warmth of hope, the laughter of loved ones, and the beauty of joy that had once filled her life. With a gesture of defiance, she thrust her arms forward, releasing a wave of light that sliced through the shadows, illuminating the distorted faces with even greater intensity. The screams of the forest grew more frantic, a cacophony of tortured souls begging for release, of memories that still clung to her every breath. "You are not my truth," she gasped, the words feeling like a raw incantation, her voice echoing through the clearing as the light surged forth. As the brilliance enveloped the ghastly visages, they began to dissolve, retreating into the very shadows that had birthed them. The more she focused on her light, the more she felt the oppressive weight of the voices lifting. Reality twisted and turned around her, the trees swaying in an invisible storm, and yet somehow, amid the chaos, she felt herself center, as though the light pulled her into a space of clarity and purpose. But victory came at a cost. Just as the last of the maleficent faces melted away, the ground beneath her trembled violently, cracking open like a yawning chasm, threatening to swallow her whole. Dread surged within her as she stumbled back, her heart pounding ferociously in her chest, her thoughts racing. A low growl resonated from the depths of the fissure, a sound so primordial it sent chills racing down her spine. Emily, the voice was a monster's now, deep and reverberating, tinged with an otherworldly hunger. "You think you can cast me aside? I am the darkness you cradle, the pain you hide. Do you really think you can banish me so easily?" The chasm widened, a void of complete darkness that pulsed with a sinister energy, drawing her closer as if it had a will of its own, eager to consume her. Her instincts screamed at her to run, but she stood firm, gripping the ground beneath her as the darkness threatened to pull her in. "I will not let you control me," she screamed, her resolve hardening. "You are a part of me, yes, but you do not define me." She threw her hands out in defiance, channeling her light once more, ready to confront this embodiment of her fears head-on. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the abyss, a towering shadow with spectral limbs and an amorphous form, taking shape from the darkness, reeking of despair and hatred. It loomed over her, contorting and writhing like a serpent, its features shifting with a grotesque fluidity, eyes hollow yet burning with a malevolent fire. "Foolish girl, have you truly convinced yourself that you can deny me?" it hissed, its breath cold against her skin, filled with the chill of impending doom. The dark figure stretched forth a clawed hand, the air crackling with malevolence. "I am your truth, your very nature. Feeling the onslaught of fear threatened to overwhelm her resolve, Emily grasped the light within her, refusing to yield to the shroud of darkness even as the shadows encircled her, suffocating the clearing in a pall of dread. She summoned the strength of the love and memories she had fought to hold on to, bringing them forth into the light so that they could clash against the abomination taking shape before her. "Then let us redefine this truth together," she bellowed, voices of her childhood friends and family backing her with an ethereal chorus of strength. With that declaration reverberating through the air, she charged forward, allowing the light to burst forth in waves, crashing against the darkness like a tsunami of hope. The creature shrieked, its form fracturing under the weight of her resolve. The scream morphed into a cacophony of rage and despair as Emily pressed onward, determined to reclaim her existence from the clutches of fear. "Face yourself," she shouted, the ground shimmering beneath the clash of light and shadow. And as she drew closer, fragments of her past began to swirl around her. Moments of laughter, joy, and even sorrow, but now infused with purpose, coalescing into one vibrant memory of strength. With one final surge, Emily unleashed the light, a radiant flare illuminating the darkness with vivid colors, casting the shadows to the winds. The creature roared one last time before dissolving into ethereal wisps, unraveling back into the emptiness that had birthed it. Panting and breathless, Emily stood amidst the remnants of her fears, her heart hammering in her chest. The darkness thinned, the chill in the air receding, replaced by the warmth of the remaining light. But she knew the victory was not without consequence, and she felt the fragmented remnants of her memories flow gently around her like leaves caught in a breeze, a bittersweet reminder of her journey thus far. As the clearing transformed, reshaping itself into a lush expanse of life and color, she understood this was her new beginning, a chance to rediscover herself, not just in the light, but within the shadows that now lay behind her. With renewed determination, she turned towards the winding path that sprawled ahead, prepared to embrace whatever lay beyond, knowing that every step was not just toward healing, but toward the whole of who she was meant to become. With renewed determination, she turned towards the winding path that sprawled ahead, prepared to embrace whatever lay beyond, knowing that every step was not just toward healing, but toward the whole of who she was meant to become. The vibrant landscape, filled with the sweet scent of fresh earth and blooming flora, beckoned her forward, but an unsettling undercurrent of foreboding still coursed through the air, like a storm brewing just out of sight. As she walked, the forest grew denser around her, the towering trees closing in as if to guard secrets long forgotten. The sunlight struggled to pierce the heavy canopy, casting strange shadows that danced upon the underbrush. Her pulse quickened with every step, something primal clawed at the edges of her consciousness, urging her to remain alert. Then, without warning, she stumbled upon an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Vines twisted around the aged stone, and the air hung thick with the scent of damp moss and decay. She approached cautiously, every instinct whispering that this was not a place meant for the living. The symbols seemed to writhe before her eyes, twisting her perception of reality and pulling her deeper into the forest's dark embrace. As she stepped through the archway, a chill enveloped her, so sudden it took her breath away. The warmth of the earlier sun vanished, leaving behind a bone-deep cold. The forest on the other side appeared muted and somber, colors drained to grays and blacks, and the sounds of life seemed dulled as if muffled by a thick fog. Emily's heart raced, and dread coiled tightly in her stomach. The shadows loomed larger here, more tangible, and she felt them slithering at the corners of her vision. With every step, the trees seemed to shudder, their branches creaking like ancient bones. A low growl rumbled through the air, echoing like a distant thunderstorm, causing her to freeze in place. It came again, closer this time, resonating from somewhere deep within the hush of the forest. "Come play," a voice called, hollow and echoing, dripping with a mocking sweetness. It was a sound akin to a child's laughter twisted into something sinister, aimed at instilling fear rather than joy. "We've been waiting for you." Emily's breath hitched in her throat as she turned slowly, scanning the dimly lit grove for the source of the voice. Her pulse quickened, and she felt small, vulnerable. The air thickened with an oppressive weight, pressing against her like a tangible force. Suddenly, from behind a twisted tree trunk, a figure emerged, a silhouette like a child standing too still in the shadows. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural luminescence, reflecting light, but revealing nothing of substance. "Join us," it beckoned, the words slithering through the air like a whisper of wind mixed with deceit. Emily took an instinctive step back, her gut screaming at her to resist. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice trembling despite her resolve. "Want? Oh, we want you to stay with us forever," the figure replied, laughter tinged with malice spilling from its mouth. "Here, we have games and stories lost to time. Here, you will feel perfectly forgotten." The shadows behind the figure twisted, forming a ring of darkness that seemed to pulse with anticipation. Emily's heart raced. She could feel the sinister energy wrapping around her, attempting to root her in place. "No," she shouted, grounding herself in the memory of her triumph over the darkness before. She focused on the light that had flickered inside her during the battle, calling upon its warmth to shield her from the encroaching nightmare. "Fear not, Emily," the childlike figure taunted, its voice now dripping with venom. "We are your past, your regrets. Deny us at your peril." With that, the shadowy forms shifted, transforming into twisted versions of herself, each embodying moments she wished to forget, one for every doubt, for every failure. They lunged toward her, grotesque faces elongating into nightmarish grins, eyes hollow, but blazing with an insatiable hunger for her despair. She felt their icy breath against her skin, and panic surged through her veins as they closed in more tightly. She could hear their whispers, indistinct yet filled with familiar tones, echoing the criticisms of her past, the failure she held so tightly. The world warped around her, colors swirling, as memories morphed into grotesque visages grasping for her essence. "No!" Emily cried, embracing the light fiercely as she stumbled backward, the warmth radiating from within her, a defiant beacon against the onslaught of shadows. "You do not have power over me." With renewed vigor, she tore her gaze from the nightmarish faces, focusing instead on the ground beneath her and the solid foundation of truth she had finally started to build. She imagined the warmth radiating from her heart amplifying beyond her, forming a shield against the entity that sought to consume her spirit. In a surge of defiance, she thrust her arms wide, sending forth a blinding beam of light that crashed against the oncoming shadows. The light erupted into a cascade of radiant colors, illuminating the grove in a spectrum that seemed foreign to the dark environment. The anguished forms screeched, recoiling from the brightness that engulfed them, their howls mingling with the sinister wind. "Leave me," she bellowed, her spirit fueled by the remnants of her joy and hope, channeling every ounce of it into her plea. "I am not your pawn." With each syllable spoken, the light grew stronger, forcing the shadows to retreat further, their forms dissolving like wraiths in sunlight. The screams of the dark entities grew frantic, a chorus of disbelief that escalated as they felt the power of her resolve. Yet as they faded, the very air trembled again. The ground shook beneath her feet, the stone archway looming menacingly behind her, now more sinister than before. From the depths of the shadows, a creature clawed its way into the dim light, a monstrous fusion of grotesque limbs, scales, and eyes that glimmered like polished obsidian. It reeked of malice, its elongated neck stretching forth, leading with a maw filled with serrated teeth. Emily felt both terror and a sense of forewarned dread. This being was not just a figment of her fears, but a culmination of everything she had fought against. Its emergence marked a new, terrifying chapter in her journey, and she knew deep down that this was the true embodiment of her past. a fearsome reminder that she was still navigating the terrifying expanse between light and darkness. With unwavering resolve, Emily tightened her grip around the burgeoning light within her, readying herself. She understood that this was a battle she would need to face on her own terms, one that would test her not just against the creature before her, but against the mountains of doubt she had climbed to reach this point. "Show me your truth," she roared, her voice resonating through the oppressive forest, a bold challenge that cut through the growing silence. And as the creature snarled in response, the looming thread of shadows fused with the flickering light, heightening the tension that hung palpably in the air, ready to explode into chaos once more. Emily stood poised at the precipice of her own destiny, her heart a battlefield of light and darkness. The forest, with all its haunting secrets, awaited the showdown between the remnants of her fears and the radiant spirit she had sworn to protect. Emily stood poised at the precipice of her own destiny, her heart a battlefield of light and darkness. The forest, with all its haunting secrets, awaited the showdown between the remnants of her fears and the radiant spirit she had sworn to protect. The creature let out a guttural roar, a sound that reverberated through the air like crackling thunder, shaking the very roots of the earth beneath her. Each beat of its massive, scaled wings sent tremors rippling through the ground. Emily felt the ground shift and tremble as if the earth itself recoiled from the creature, the embodiment of every tormenting whisper and every shred of insecurity that had ever haunted her. With a feral glint in its eyes, the creature lunged, its claws extended, ready to rend the air and her very spirit. Emily summoned every ounce of the light that flickered within her, feeling it surge as she planted her feet firmly into the earth, drawing strength from the ground she stood upon. She raised her hands, releasing a torrent of vibrant light that clashed with the beast, illuminating the darkness that pressed in from all sides. The light exploded outward in a blinding spectacle, wrapping around her like a protective cocoon. The creature, seemingly momentarily stunned, staggered back, its maw snapping and jaws clashing unnaturally loud, echoing through the forest. But the respite was brief. The creature's fury ignited, and it attacked anew, swept forward in a frenzied blur of claws and roars. "Face your fears," it bellowed, mocking her resolve with a voice that twisted into a cacophony of taunts and jeers. "You think mere light can save you from what you truly are? You are nothing but shadows encased in flesh. You are weak, and I will devour you." The shadows surrounding her flickered dangerously, melding into her memories of failure and pain. Visions of moments she wished to forget warped around her, a heartbreaking montage of lost opportunities and painful choices. In each flash, she saw herself falter, doubt take root, and the relentless encroachment of darkness creep over her spirit. Gritting her teeth, Emily pressed on, pushing the light from her core with greater intensity. "I am not defined by my past," she shouted, determination flooding her voice like a stream breaking free from a dam. Her words wove a barrier around her, a shimmering stopgap against the crashing waves of fear that sought to claim her. But the creature was undeterred. It circled her, eyes narrowed, its serpentine body evoking the predatory grace of a nightmare come to life. The shadows lengthened as it moved, stretching towards her like fingers of despair, attempting to entangle her in their grasp. With every sweep of its claws, the very air sizzled, crackling with the potential for destruction, instilling fresh waves of panic in her chest. "Join us," it hissed enticingly, as if whispering sweet promises. "You need only give in. You need only let go and become one with the endless dark. Freedom lies within submission." The shadows around it pulsed, eager and ravenous, beckoning her to step into their embrace, the way those dark thoughts always did when the light felt too far away. But with each heartbeat, Emily's confidence steadied against the oncoming tide. She remembered the flickers of warmth, the laughter that had once danced in her heart, and the courageous spirit that had brought her this far. Even in the face of her terrors, there was a flicker of hope that she clung to, and suddenly words of strength spilled forth with a fierce urgency. "You will not take my light. I refuse to be consumed by you." With the declaration, her radiant light erupted like a supernova, engulfing the space around her, creating a barrier that momentarily held against the encroaching shadows. The creature shrieked, its form trembling violently as the incandescent glow washed over it, reflecting its own darkness back in a blinding mirror. Finding her footing in the chaos, she forged ahead, navigating the treacherous terrain of her own fears, grasping the essence of who she truly was. Emily charged toward the creature, her voice ringing out strong and defiant, shaking the very core of her adversary. "You are just a facade. You're not real. You're a manifestation of my doubts. I will break you." But as she approached, the darkness began to twist and shift, morphing once again into a familiar face. Her own reflection, caught in a never-ending cycle of despair, eyes filled with torment. Her heart sank as she staggered, the unforgiving weight of her regrets crashing over her momentarily like a tidal wave. "See? You cannot escape," the reflection sneered, its voice a mocking echo of her own. "You've been running for so long, yet here you are, bound to your own fears. You will never escape the darkness. You will always be lost." Emily gasped, her strength threatened by the raw vulnerability of witnessing her own haunting visage, a reminder of every failure and insecurity laid bare. "No," she cried, shaking her head fiercely. "I will not be enslaved by my past. You do not define me." Gathering her strength once more, the light around her intensified, illuminating the space between the darkness and the dawning realization that enveloped her. She remembered those moments of joy, the warmth of laughter, the strength found in human connection. Each cherished memory fueled her, pushing back the shadows with renewed vigor. "Together, we are strong," she whispered to herself, anchoring every word in her heart as she prepared for the oncoming clash. The reflection began to ripple, distorting into tendrils of shadow, but she pushed through, relentless. With a furious cry, she lunged at the creature, her fist clenched tight, channeling all her light into a single point as she aimed straight for the heart of darkness. As her fist connected, blinding light poured forth, cascading over the creature in a flood, engulfing even its fiercest edges. The power within her surged, transforming into a torrent of color that splintered the darkness, bursting through its core like a radiant sun breaking through oppressive night. The creature let out a howl that shook the very ground, a sound so powerful it seemed to fracture the atmosphere around them. The shadows writhed violently, collapsing upon themselves, and for a brief moment, Emily felt the heavy weight of despair lift, replaced by a feeling of unadulterated freedom. The forest ignited with brilliant hues, the trees swaying as if celebrating her bravery. But in a final surge of defiance, the remnants of the creature coiled around her, desperate fingers reaching for her light, clawing at every ounce of hope. She could feel the icy grasp of shadow clinging to her skin, testing her resolve as whispers filled the air once more, echoing like an incantation. "You think you've won? You will never be rid of us. We will always be here, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for a moment of weakness." The darkness churned angrily, forming into a vortex that threatened to drag her back into an abyss. With every fiber of her being, she fought against it, holding tightly to the light that burned within her. "I will not be afraid," she shouted into the fray, summoning every ounce of strength, determination shaping her heart into an unbreakable shield. In that moment, a fierce wind swept through the grove, spiraling around her, the light flaring up in response to her defiance, shattering the gloom. As the shadows dissipated, Emily felt the very essence of her journey intertwine with the landscape. The echoes of her struggle and the triumph of her, while creating a symphony of strength. The battle was far from over, but she could feel the balance shifting in her favor. With renewed determination, she prepared to face whatever was to come, knowing that she would not just be fighting against the shadows that haunted her, but embracing the fragile light she had discovered within. ready to turn the tide of her fate and transform the darkness into a powerful ally. With every breath, she would reclaim her story. As the remnants of the darkness retreated, the oppressive atmosphere of the forest began to shift. Yet, what had replaced it was a nervous tension, a sharp sense of anticipation lingering in the air. Emily could feel the pulse of the woods around her. The trees seemed to whisper, their branches swaying gently, almost as if they were heralding her emergence from the depths of despair. But there was an unsettling chill that coursed through her veins, a warning that this was not the end. A sudden rustle in the underbrush snapped her focus. Emily spun around, heart racing, mind alert. Each sound around her seemed amplified, her senses heightened by the confrontation she'd just survived. The darkness had not vanished completely. It had merely retreated, lurking just beyond the edges of her newfound light. The forest had shifted, the shadows growing even longer, and she became painfully aware of the encroaching twilight that heralded the coming of night. Just as she steadied herself, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble, a low rumble that echoed through the trees. It felt like a warning, a sign that something else was approaching, something more sinister than what she had already faced. Emily took a step back, her breath caught in her throat as she felt the weight of an unseen presence gathering in the air. And then, as if in response to her fear, they appeared from the shadows, a horde of dark figures, their forms shifting and writhing like smoke caught in a tempest. Each ghostly silhouette bore the reminders of her own fears, a twisted amalgamation of the tormenting thoughts that had once clouded her mind. Faces she recognized, memories that haunted her, now woven into an ominous procession. They circled around her, closer and closer, their whispers a cacophony of doubts, winding itself tighter around her like a noose. "You will never escape," they howled, voices overlapping in a haunting symphony that tore at her resolve. "You are unworthy. You will remain trapped in this darkness forever." As the chanting grew louder, the wind whipped through the trees, escalating into a shriek, carrying their cruel words like daggers aimed straight at her heart. Emily stumbled, caught off guard by the cascading wave of despair and uncertainty that crashed over her. For a moment, she faltered. Images of her failures played out in rapid succession. The moment she had let herself down, the relationships that had crumbled, the echoes of dreams that had faded away. The shadows pressed in with exquisite cruelty, threatening to snuff out the delicate light she had built around her. But just beneath that avalanche of sorrow, a spark ignited, a vibrant fire that refused to be extinguished. As she grappled with the echoing judgment surrounding her, Emily closed her eyes and dug deep into herself, reaching for the roots of her strength. She focused on each flicker of hope, each glimmer of resilience that had been hard-won through her trials. With determination rising within her, she opened her eyes, meeting the swirling shadows head-on. "You do not control me," she shouted, her voice ringing through the oppressive air, a battle cry that resonated with newfound fervor. "I am not the sum of my fears." As her words echoed back at her, the shadows swayed, uncertainty creeping into their chaotic forms. With vivid clarity, she saw the flickers of her own light reflected in them, an undeniable reminder that they were born from her inner turmoil. Summoning every ounce of energy, she thrust her hands forward, pushing the light that radiated from her core, unleashing a torrent of brilliance into the crowd of fears that had come to engulf her. The horde writhed, their whispers turning to screams as the light penetrated the darkness. Each cry seemed to explode into the night, shards of doubt scattering like ash caught up in a whirlwind. Emily felt the ground beneath her shift again, but this time the tremors were not quake-like, but rather a sign of a great release, her fears breaking apart under the might of her defiance. Yet, just as victory seemed within her grasp, a new presence emerged from the depths of the shadows. A towering figure, darker and more ominous than the rest, rose from the chaos. Its form was undefined, but exuded an aura of dread. This was no collection of memories. This was the embodiment of her darkest thoughts, the very essence of everything she had ever feared. With eyes that glowed like coals churning in a lost fire, it towered above her, pulsating with a malevolent energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. "You think you've won?" it hissed, the voice a low rumble that smothered the sound of battle around them. "You cannot slay me. I am the fear that lives in you, the darkness that feeds on your every doubt. You can cast away illusions, but I will always be a part of you." The words reverberated through her mind, chilling her to the bone. Every doubt, every insecurity roared back to life, and she could feel herself being pulled into a void of despair. The memories of failure surged again, except this time, the weight felt heavier, sinking into her like a stone. It was as though the shadows were alive, oozing around her feet, attempting to drag her down into a chasm of hopelessness. Emily fought against it, struggling to breathe against the clammy grasp of despair. Clenching her fists, she felt the warmth of her light flickering precariously. Was this how it would end? Would she fall into the depths of her own making? No, she cried, summoning all fragments of conviction within her. "I will not let you take me. I will not be consumed by fear." With a victorious roar, she released a blinding surge of light once more, brighter and more intense than anything she had ever unleashed before. It enveloped her completely, an explosion that burst forth like a beacon, shattering the darkness that surrounded her form. The towering figure recoiled, the shadows splitting apart as the light surged forward, illuminating every crevice of doubt lurking within. It twisted and contorted, a primal howl erupting from its depths, a sound that resonated through the very fabric of the forest, rattling branches and shaking leaves to the ground. With each passing second, the shadows that had once felt like binding chains began to crumble under the weight of her light, and Emily pressed on, feeling the power of each word rise within her. "You will not define me. I am strong, and I will forge my own path." In that moment of clarity, the encroaching darkness began to dissolve, the tendrils of fear retracting like a receding tide. Emily stepped forward, pushing through the remnants of her torment, the light spilling from her, cascading over the carapace of shadows. She could feel their strength waning, the suffocating sense of dread lifting as she reclaimed every lost part of herself with conviction. But as she emerged from the depths, she realized that this confrontation was just one piece of a larger battle. Above her, dark clouds still swirled ominously, each twist and turn hiding a multitude of shadows waiting to strike again. She took a steadying breath, steadied by the resolve throbbing in her chest, and brushed the remnants of lingering doubt away. Emily knew the fight was far from over. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges and moments that could threaten to unearth the shadows once more. Yet, she also embraced the knowledge that light, once ignited, could never truly be extinguished. She was prepared to face whatever darkness lay ahead with a fierce heart, knowing that her story was only just beginning. Each step she took deeper into the forest was made with purpose, the strength of her resolve echoing against the gnarled trees surrounding her. With every flicker of light, she forged her path, ready to illuminate the way forward and confront whatever awaited in the heart of the darkness. Each step she took deeper into the forest was made with purpose, the strength of her resolve echoing against the gnarled trees surrounding her. But the air grew thicker, the shadows deeper. The trees whispered secrets that seemed to snake around her, brushing against her skin like cold fingers, drawing unnerving trails across her arms. The once comforting light she had conjured felt delicate, flickering ever so slightly as she continued onward. It was as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting for her to stumble, to falter just long enough for the darkness to reclaim its grip. A distant howl pierced the night, a chilling sound that sliced through the tension, stirring up old fears buried deep within her heart. Emily felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine, and the shadows seemed to congeal, coiling closer, wrapping around her ankles like the creeping vines of the forest. The world around her shifted. The trees warped under a heavy weight, their bark twisting into grotesque shapes, almost resembling faces twisted in pain. Heart pounding, she pressed on, desperation clutching at her throat. She recalled the figure of dread she had faced, the embodiment of her fears, and a creeping sense of dread settled over her once more. It loomed beyond her, watching, waiting for a moment of weakness to launch itself forth, reminding her that courage alone would not be enough to overcome. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath her feet, and Emily stumbled, nearly losing her balance as the earth cracked open, a chasm appearing as if the very ground sought to swallow her whole. The darkened depth gaped like an open maw, its edges crumbling, revealing a swirling void that seemed to beckon her in with icy fingers. She gasped, the darkness gleaming with a hunger that reached for her, as if it had a mind of its own and was aware of her every fear. But before she could retreat, a chilling laughter echoed from the abyss, the sound twisting through the trees, blending with the rustling leaves. It resonated with her innermost insecurities, each cackle slicing through her fortitude. You cannot escape what lurks within you. You carry us in your mind, and we will always follow. You are lost, and now we will claim you. Her heart raced, and for an instant, the world around her collapsed. Shadows surged from the depths of the chasm, rising like a tide. Tendrils reached out, grasping for her, cold and insistent, as if seeking to pull her down into the depths of despair. Emily felt panic welling up inside her chest. Her light flickered again, but she pushed back against the waves of darkness, forcing her voice through the desperation. I am not yours to claim. You will not take me. The shadows paused, a moment of hesitation, creating an opening she couldn't ignore. Summoning the last flickers of her light, she focused all her emotions into a blinding surge. As her light erupted, it momentarily pushed back the encroaching darkness, the shadows recoiling and screeching in fury. Emily could feel the searing heat of her inner fire against the cold grasp trying to ensnare her, but she also knew she could not relent. In that fevered moment, determination flooded her senses. She would not only fight for herself, but for every fragment of hope that had been swallowed by doubt. She stood firm, bracing herself against the onslaught as dark figures emerged, swirling and morphing into grotesque shapes. Each was a twisted memory, each a reminder of the hurdles she had overcome but still bore the scars from. Shapes that mirrored her own features cast baleful glares, their faces contorted, eyes reduced to hollow voids filled with anger and regret. You think yourself strong? They hissed, their voices layered, overlapping in a cacophony of despair. You will never be free of us. We are your shame, your guilt, lingering always in the shadows. The overwhelming negativity threatened to choke her, each accusation a barbed arrow aiming deep into her heart. The memories played out before her, visions of every moment she had perceived as failure. The friendships lost, the love that had fled, the weight of ambitions unrealized. The air around her grew thicker, as if the very essence of her past was attempting to suffocate her. But Emily tapped deeper still into her reservoir of strength, igniting the light within her that she had rediscovered. You do not define me, she shouted, each word a shield she raised against the encroaching hostility. Every flicker of her spirit began to entwine with the light, spreading like wildfire as she balled her fists. The shadows recoiled as she confronted them with raw emotion, refusing to let them take hold. With a powerful surge, she pushed through the haunting voices, forcing them to confront the truth that existed in the light. These are parts of me, yes, but they do not govern my fate. I am whole, I am deserving, and I will not be bound by anything that seeks to dim my fire. The dark figures writhed in agony, faces melting into shadows, their twisted forms becoming less distinct. With every shout, she felt them break apart, fragments scattering, echoing against the trees. The cold tendrils of despair loosened their grip, retreating amid the brilliance that radiated from her heart. With determination pulsing through every vein, she pressed further into the darkness, inching toward the edge of the chasm that had threatened to swallow her. Just as she felt the ground beneath her stabilized, a violent gust of wind whipped through the forest, sending a chill tearing through her bones. The trees moaned, bending and creaking, as the last remnants of sunlight disappeared behind ominous clouds. A whisper wound through the branches, an insidious chant that promised terrible things. Your light cannot outshine the shadows forever. They are eternal, and so are we. An echoing voice reverberated, deep and resonant. The trees shook with its power, and Emily felt the very ground vibrate with the threat of something ancient and formidable awakening. But she would not yield, not now. I have faced you, she declared into the unsettling night. I will face you again. You are fear made manifest, but you do not own me. The shadows stirred, agitated, but she took a step forward, instinctively thrusting her hand toward the sky, igniting her light anew. The luminosity surged, illuminating the darkness surging around her, casting a radiant orb that caused the walls of shadow to ripple like water. She could feel as more shadows writhed, and forms emerged, trickling like black ink into the light, battling against her words. Yet within herself, a resolve solidified. She would not fall back into the clutches of fear. Above, thunder rumbled, a deep growl that seemed to signal an impending storm. And in that moment, she understood. This was an internal battle, a relentless storm waging within her mind and heart. She refused to be conquered. Tension steeped the air, a roiling mix of anticipation and dread as she prepared for the might of this inner tempest. With every ounce of her being, she stepped boldly into the swirling chaos, ready to confront the shadows again. As Emily plunged deeper into the maelstrom, the air thickened with an unnatural chill. The oppressive darkness pressed against her like a solid weight, testing her resolve, but she refused to surrender to despair. Each heartbeat echoed in her ears, mingling with the whispers of the tormented, phantoms that wove through the shadows like wraiths seeking to unravel her spirit. Do you hear them? They intoned, voices slithering around her like smoke, each syllable steeped in malice. They speak of your failures, your fears. They will engulf you. You will never escape your past. Her knees nearly buckled at the accusation, but she inhaled deeply, summoning the flicker of light still burning within her. She remembered every scrap of joy she had fought to hold on to, every moment where hope had pierced the fog of despair. I refuse to believe you, she shouted, her voice breaking free of the whispers, each word pushing the darkness away like a shield. I am not my past. Suddenly, the forest erupted around her, branches twisting and contorting as though they were alive and angry. The ground beneath her trembled, fissures opening wide and revealing deep chasms, the abyss beneath throbbing with a pulsing darkness that promised to swallow her whole. Emily steadied herself against a gnarled tree, feeling its rough bark bite into her palm, an anchor amid the chaos. In the distance, a massive shadow formed, rising from the depths of the void. It took on a monstrous shape, size and stature that eclipsed her own, an entity that roared with primal rage. Its eyes glowed like molten coals, and its breath reeked of decay, wrapping around her like a suffocating shroud. She could feel the heat radiating from it, an oppressive warmth that mixed with the chill of the surrounding air, creating an unbearable nexus of fear and fury. You think your fire can hold me back? It rumbled, the deep voice reverberating through the very earth. I am the embodiment of all your nightmares. I am the darkness you cannot escape. Emily felt the weight of its words settling upon her, a suffocating blanket that sought to smother her light. Memories began to resurface, of nights spent in quiet despair, of the faces that avoided her gaze, of the hopes she had abandoned. Each recollection tore at her, trying to draw her back into a place of self-doubt and despair. Yet in the pit of her stomach, she felt something crackle to life, a memory of laughter, a breath of fresh air, the warm embrace of a friend. You may be a part of me, she yelled, drawing strength from the light that flickered within. But I am not defined by you. With that declaration, she poured her essence into a surge of brilliant light, a radiant pulse that burst forth and illuminated the darkness. The creature shrieked in response, its form writhing as the light entangled with it, forcing it to expose its true nature, a mass of shadows bound together by fear itself. As the light clashed against the creature, it disintegrated, shrieking as it was banished back into the recesses of the abyss. But as soon as one shadow fell, another rose to replace it, and the darkness did not relent. From behind the remnants of the beast, dark figures materialized, twisted shapes that slithered toward her with mindless hunger. They moved as a single, unrelenting force, hissing and skittering across the ground, their presence swelling into something much larger. "You cannot fight us forever. We are legion," they cried in a chorus of despair, each word dripping with the weight of anguish, wrapping around Emily like a tightening noose. The sky darkened, and she could feel the very fabric of reality rippling as if responding to their terrible chorus, a storm brewing in response to her inner tumult. Yet against the backdrop of fear and fury, Emily stood resolute, the light within her igniting like a beacon. "I will not be diminished," she shouted, and with each word, she constructed a barrier, a protective cocoon made of her indomitable spirit. As shadows lunged, tearing at her with unseen talons, she thrust her hands forward, releasing a blinding flare that scattered them like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. The figures shrieked, unraveling under the brilliance, their forms dissolving into wisps of smoke. But their screams only fueled Emily's resolve. She felt the heat of her defiance pulse through her, forcing her to confront every shadow that had ever inhabited her heart. "You are nothing but echoes of my fears, and I will turn you into ashes." With that declaration, she summoned everything she had left, channeling every lost hope, every lingering fear, and every memory of laughter into a single, powerful burst of light that erupted from her very core. The darkness convulsed, caught in a whirlpool of intensity, struggling against her radiant force. For seconds that felt like an eternity, the very world spun wildly as shadows clawed at her, and light surged brilliantly in response. The remnants of the creature twisted violently, shrieks of outrage mixing with cries of fury as the reality around her warped and threatened to collapse. A ground-shaking tremor rippled through the forest, and roots bucked and writhed as if they were alive. The tree trunks groaned, branches snapping into chaos as elements of both light and dark fought for dominance. Then silence. Emily stood in the eye of the storm, the shadows receding in a cascade of soot and whimpers, leaving her panting amid the rupture. But as she caught her breath, the remnants of darkness lingered, a dark mist curling at the edges of her vision, fused with desperation and rage. They'd been vanquished, but they weren't gone. They'd merely retreated. The landscape around her shifted. The world still hung in the balance. Trees contorted, their branches thick with remnants of shadow, the once vibrant forest now casting a pallor of blue-gray gloom. Wisps of dark energy hung like cobwebs, waiting for the chance to ensnare her should she falter. Bottled rage simmering just below the surface, a promise of return. Despite the respite, danger still loomed on the edges of her consciousness. Above her, thunder cracked, a precursor of the tempest brewing as dark clouds gathered weight, swirling, ominously and thickening with power. She knew this wasn't just a battle against shadows. It was a reckoning with the very fears that had haunted her all along. Pushing deeper into the remnants of the forest, Emily held her ground, each step steady despite the eerie stillness around her. In the shadows, she could feel eyes glaring, a multitude seething just beyond her reach, taunting her perseverance. "You think you've won? You are merely the flicker of daylight before the encroaching darkness returns," they hissed again, their menacing voices like the rustle of leaves, a shiver of foreboding that wrapped around her like a serpent. But this time, she understood that the darkness would not merely fade away. It would persist, waiting for an opportunity to rebuild its strength. She was determined to confront it once and for all, to face the shadows amid the storm that brewed not only in the forest, but within her own soul. The forest around her flickered, the reality bending as her breath quickened, and she stepped forward into the storm, guided by the light that flared brightly from within. Emily would not back down. The battle for herself had just begun, and she was ready to plunge into whatever darkness awaited. As she moved deeper into the shadows, the air thickened with an acrid scent, making it hard to breathe. Tendrils of darkness writhed around her like snakes, brushing against her skin with an unnerving intimacy, and she could hear the soft, taunting laughter echoing through the trees. "Did you think you could banish us so easily?" they mocked, their voices barely more than a whisper, a chorus that danced between her ears. The ground began to shift beneath her feet, the one solid earth morphing into a quagmire of shadows, pulsing like a heartbeat. She stumbled but regained her footing, her heart thundering in her chest as she surveyed her surroundings. Trees loomed like sentinels, their twisted branches clawing at the sky, creating a labyrinth of despair. The forest wasn't merely a place of confinement. It was a living entity, one that thrived on fear, and it had sensed her defiance. Suddenly, a shadow detached itself from the darkness, morphing into a figure shrouded in black mist. It towered over her, its features indistinct but imbued with a malice that sent a chill racing down her spine. "Come to me, lost child. You cannot fight what you are," it hissed, the air growing colder with each syllable. The figure extended a hand, fingers elongated like talons, drawing nearer, threatening to envelop her in its suffocating embrace. But Emily stood firm, the light within her flaring brighter as she lifted her chin defiantly. "I know who I am," she shouted, her voice echoing against the oppressive silence. "And you are nothing but a remnant of my fears, an illusion crafted by despair." The creature paused, its shadowy form quaking as if struck. For a fleeting moment, the connection faltered, and a glimmer of uncertainty flickered across its smoky visage. Taking advantage of that moment, Emily reached deep within herself, channeling every spark of courage and hope she could gather. Light burst from her fingertips like a violent storm, illuminating the grove and momentarily dispelling the darkness that surrounded her. The shadows shrieked, a sound that resonated with a multitude of anguished cries, and recoiled from the radiant blast, twisting and writhing as it fought against her newfound strength. The ground beneath her trembled violently, fissures crackling open, letting forth tendrils of black ooze that clawed at her ankles, eager to claim her as their own. Yet, she pressed on, each footfall a declaration against the rising tide of dark. "I will reclaim what is mine," she proclaimed, and with a fierce flick of her wrist, she unleashed a shockwave of luminosity that surged through the air like lightning. The shadows recoiled, some dissipating into wisps, others clawing at the remnants of her light in a desperate bid for survival. But only momentarily, as newly shattered pieces of the shadow slipped back into the recesses of the forest. An unsettling stillness fell. The air vibrated with tension, suffocating in its quiet. The other shadows seemed to linger at a distance, observing her with what she could only fathom as a malignant curiosity. "What will you do now, brave girl?" Another voice crooned from the depths, sultry and inviting. "Will you turn and run, like all the others? Or will you face the truth we offer?" A dark fog coiled at her feet, thickening around her like a living blanket, and for a split second, doubt flickered in her mind. She was reminded of the moments of doubt that had twisted within her, each denial and regret creeping back into the forefront of her thoughts, a suffocating mass trying to envelop her. "You cannot face what you do not acknowledge," the voice sang, smooth and beguiling. Emily gritted her teeth, pushing through the rising tide of despair. "You have no power over me," she called out, her voice steady despite the dread growing in her chest. The light within her flickered and flared, filling the space with a golden glow, illuminating portions of the darkness looming like vast specters. The shadowy forms recoiled, hissing through gritted teeth as they recognized the strength of her resolve. She realized now that acknowledging her fears didn't diminish her, it fortified her. The darkness was made of her doubts, but it was also made of her strength, the willingness to confront the parts of herself that she had tried to bury. Striding forward, she thrust her hand out, the light expanding until it pulsed like a heartbeat, casting long shadows around her. The dark figures writhed, their forms distorting under the intensity of her glow, faces emerging from the haze only to dissipate like smoke in the wind. "There is nothing you can show me that I do not already know," she declared, as glimmers of clarity sparkled around her. Memories flooded back, of obstacles faced and hurdles overcome, of laughter shared and friendships cherished. With each thought, the brilliance of her light grew, radiating outward, consuming the darkness in its path. But even as the shadows shrieked and twisted away from her brilliance, she could sense their malice lingering, an obstinate presence that refused to fade into nothingness. Desperation clawed at her. Although she was making progress, she understood that they would not relent easily. Suddenly, the mist thickened and twisted once more, forming a spectral wheel around her, shadows spinning and merging into one massive, dark vortex that swirled ominously. As she watched, understanding the cycle of their power, Emily felt fear slide in like a serpent, cold and insidious. "You are nothing without my fears," she yelled, but in the amplification of her voice, the very ground trembled. The vortex came barreling toward her, a gale of darkness that pulled at her strength, but Amelia stood firm. She took a deep breath, summoning the flood of light within her, and with unwavering resolve, stepped forward. "I embrace my fears," she roared, calling on every drop of tenacity she could muster. "And I harness them." With a powerful gesture, she unleashed the light, a radiant wave that surged from her heart, blasting toward the dark mass. It collided with the shadows, and for a moment, the world hung in balance. A brilliant explosion illuminating the world around her, creating a beautiful tapestry of light and dark weaving together. The interactions fractured the darkness, revealing forms within that began to scream in agony, shadows dissipating like falling leaves in a storm. Yet, amid the chaos, Emily could see remnants of the darkness swirling menacingly, seeking to regroup, ready to counterattack with vengeful fury. Breathing heavily, she knew that the war was not yet won, but there was a new strength surging through her. The light glimmered anew, more vibrant than before, sparking a fire within her that had been long buried. She grasped hold of it, letting it fill her with purpose, determination coursing through her veins like wildfire. "Let this battle be a testament of my will," she shouted defiantly into the night. "No shadows can extinguish my fire. I will face you every time you rise." The sinister whispers around her deepened, morphing once more into anguished howls, shadows receding further into the depths of the forest, but still palpable, still threatening. They were not just figments of her mind. They were real, malevolent forces that had sought to undo her, and though she had pushed them back, the knowledge hung heavy in the air. Nevertheless, something had shifted within her. The chains of fear that had once bound her began disintegrating. The shadows might return, but she now understood they were a part of her journey. Every step forward illuminated a path to self-acceptance, empowering her to confront them with this newfound strength that could not merely be extinguished. Emily took a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever was to come. She could feel the fabric of the forest shifting, the ground trembling in anticipation of her next move. With a heart set ablaze by her determination, she could sense the shadows lurking nearby, ready for another round. And as the storm raged above, she locked her gaze into the swirling darkness, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead in this unending battle for her very soul. The shadows writhed in anticipation, a perverse glee rippling through their ranks, as if they could sense her growing strength yet relish the challenge it posed. Emily took another step forward, feeling the weight of their gaze pressing against her. The wind howled, carrying with it echoes of anguish from countless lost souls, and the forest responded with an otherworldly growl. The trees, once mere witnesses to her plight, now shifted with malevolence, branches reaching out like skeletal fingers desperate to ensnare her. Every rustle in the underbrush felt like a whisper of a hidden threat, promising to unravel her bravery at any moment. Yet amidst the rising terror, her heart burned fiercely. "You're nothing more than echoes of my past," she shouted defiantly, but doubts clawed at her insides. What if they were right? What if the shadows represented truths she had long tried to escape? They slithered around her ankles, tendrils of darkness that sought to drag her back into the depths of despair, taunting her with visions of failure and regret played out like a haunting theater. But she pressed on, for she knew the truth of her resolve. It glimmered brightly against the encroaching darkness. A spike of light erupted from her heart in response, sending a ripple through the air that responded like a beacon amidst the storm. The shadows recoiled, but Emily could feel their desperation clawing back, underestimated and angered by her burgeoning flame. The ground shook violently, as if the very earth resented her audacity, cracking open in jagged fissures that emitted a wretched smell of decay. From these cracks, pulsating shadows started to seep upward, a viscous liquid that swirled with dark intent. It snaked around her like a serpent, growing thicker and more animated, creating grotesque shapes that briefly portrayed her deepest fears. The loneliness of abandonment, the guilt of failures long past, the pain of past betrayals all materialized before her eyes. She stumbled back, her breath hitching in her throat as the memories threatened to consume her with their stark reality. "No more," she cried, anger rising within her like a tempest. Desperation fueled her push forward. She knew she could not allow these manifestations to entrap her again. The light burst forth anew, blasting the tendrils of shadow as they lunged with vicious intent, obliterating one after another, but more surged forth to take their place. A ceaseless tide of darkness that beckoned with familiarity, yet felt foreign, insatiable. The shadows twisted, reflecting her turmoil in grotesque waves, morphing in a figure she recognized, faces of those who had hurt her, moments she had wished to erase. Each visage contorted in despair, whispering her deepest insecurities. "You think you can run from us? We will always be with you." They beckoned, voices melding together into a chilling melody that reverberated in her skull. "No!" Emily shouted, the pulse of her light growing stronger, illuminating the forest with a radiance that seemed to pierce through the oppressive gloom. "You are not my truth. I define who I am." In that moment, the ground around her trembled, the shadows recoiling momentarily at the force of her conviction. She seized upon that chance, sprinting towards the heart of the darkness, each footfall solid and determined. The forest around her pulsed with energy, the air crackling as if charged with electricity, a tangible reminder that she was no longer just a flicker of hope, but a force to be reckoned with. As she ran deeper into the maw of the dark forest, the shadows surged forward in a howling torrent, eager to snatch her back into despair. The trees swayed violently as if trying to ensnare her, barnacle-like growths emerging from their bark, clawing at her flesh. She felt them brush against her skin, icy fingers that tried to siphon the warmth from her body, tried to sap her strength. But Emily fought back. Her light swirled around her, a protective barrier that burned brightly against the encroaching night. The branches snapped and fell away, disintegrating into ash upon contact with her radiance, leaving trails of streaked shadows etched against the silver glow that cascaded from her. Moving forward, she could hear the cacophony of their despair rising, a chilling symphony of shrieks and laughter blurring together in a sinister dance. The shadows screamed, their twisted forms thrashing out as they collectively sought to overwhelm her. "Let us in. Embrace what you fear," they chorused, a chilling invitation wrapped in menace. Emily focused on the truths she had chosen to embrace, the lessons steeped in hardship that had shaped her into the warrior she had become. "You are lies. You are pieces of my past," she cried, pouring her heart into her proclamation as the light around her flared violently, illuminating the shadows trying to consume her. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a clearing, the trees parting to reveal an enormous stone altar, grotesquely adorned with runes etched deep into its surface, pulsating with a malevolent energy. It loomed before her like a dark heart in the middle of the storm, begging her to draw closer. Emily paused, instinctively knowing the altar was the source of the forest corruption, a relic of despair that fed upon the shadows lurking around her. The shadows coalesced closer, forming a thick wall of darkness that edged toward her, leaving no room for retreat. "You must serve us," they hissed, the ground trembling beneath her as they pressed against her. Yet Emily stood resolute. The air crackled, tension thick as she moved toward the altar, feeling the pull of the shadows and the weight of its atmosphere like a thick fog choking her breaths. With every step she took, the runes glowed brighter, revealing the agony written on the stone, through centuries of sacrifices made to empower the darkness. Each pulse resonated within her, reflecting the pain she had braved and the strength she had found. Yet, it was there amidst the malevolence that she recognized the essence of who she was, stripped of artifice, free from shadows. She reached out, her fingers brushing the cold stone, and a jolt surged through her, lighting up the darkness around her. It was a reckoning, a profound understanding that she was far more than the fears that had held her captive. This altar was an anchor for all that had tried to consume her, and now it was her turn to reclaim it. "I will not be your sacrifice," she roared, unleashing a searing burst of light that engulfed the clearing. The shadows shrieked in pain, writhing and retreating from the undulating wave of warmth that filled the space like a cleansing fire. As the light spread, it took on its own life, lacing through the stone, fracturing the darkness that had clung to it for ages. The altar quaked and cracked, the runes glowing brighter and brighter until they exploded in a cascade of brilliant sparks that rained down upon the shadows, illuminating the creatures that had tormented her. For an instant, Emily felt invincible, a warrior standing unyielding against the storm. Yet, she knew the battle was far from over. The shadows retreated, but they did not vanish. They howled and roiled, angry and ferocious, but their essence had shifted, the tides turning in her favor. Determined to claim her freedom, she readied herself for the next wave. She could see them reforming, a tempest of malevolent energy waiting to assault her once more. "I am not afraid," she whispered to herself as she squared her shoulders, finding strength in her voice. With resolve set, she prepared for the fight ahead. Even if the depths of the dark forest would continue to challenge her, she now held the spark of potent light born from her spirit, and as long as it burned within her, she would battle through every shadow that dared to rise against her. And so, the dance of light and darkness began anew. Each pulse of her resolve resonated in the air, transforming the very fabric of the forest as she faced the impending onslaught of shadows that sought to engulf her once more. They twisted and turned, morphing into horrific shapes, faces of her past taunting her, churning within the depths of the void. The figures bore grotesque, grinning visages that seemed to mock her very existence, their mouths wide in taunting laughter, floating eerily through the darkness. Emily could feel the air thicken around her, saturated with dread that dampened her resolve. The laughter of the shadows echoed with unnerving familiarity, turning her memories into haunting specters poised to strike. A cold breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it whispers of betrayal that wrapped around her like a chilling shroud, flooding her mind with images of those who had let her down, igniting the long-buried pain she thought she had conquered. "No!" Emily shouted, shaking her head violently as if she could physically rid herself of their grip on her thoughts. Yet, their haunting words seeped through her defenses. "You can't escape us. We are a part of you." As the laughter intensified, the shadows surged forward, a tide of writhing darkness that seemed insatiable in its hunger for her light. The ground beneath her trembled, fissures breaking open as if the earth itself sought to swallow her whole. She could feel the weight of every accusation, the pressure of every past failure. But as the light inside her pulsed in response, she realized that this was her moment, an opportunity to confront the very essence of her fears. Gathering her strength, She thrust her hands toward the advancing mass of shadows, channeling the bright energy that surged within her. I am no longer afraid of you. The light erupted from her palms, a torrent that clashed with the darkness, illuminating the clearing with blinding brilliance. The shrieks of the shadows erupted into a cacophony, a discordant symphony of anguish and fury as her radiant energy washed over them. Emily charged forward unrelenting, the force of her will behind her every stride. The shadows recoiled, their forms dissipating in a whirlwind of rage, swirling like tempestuous clouds above her head. Tendrils reached out, slick and cold as they grasped for her, but she dodged them, light blazing in her wake. In that moment, she stumbled upon the heart of the darkness, a twisted figure looming within the storm. It was a monstrosity comprised entirely of shadow, its form flickering and shape-shifting as if comprised of 1,000,000 tortured souls. Eyes piercing like daggers fixed upon her, a gnashing maw wide enough to consume whole galaxies set to devour her. The air crackled with a chilling malice, and its voice slithered through the darkness, a low growl echoing with fury. You cannot escape your essence, little one. You will be consumed. With that declaration, it lunged forward, a mass of shadowy tendrils stretching outwards, intent on wrapping around her and snuffing out her light. The thrumming pulse of dread surged through her as the dark colossus closed the distance, each movement seemingly capable of erasing her existence. But Emily stood steadfast, the combined energy of her defiance swelling within her. Her heart raced as she pushed forth, unleashing the full force of her radiant light against the encroaching darkness, a beam of brilliance that illuminated the night. You don't define me. I am stronger than my fears, and I will rise. Her words reverberated through the chaos as the blinding burst collided with the dark figure, a clash of raw energy that sent shockwaves through the forest. The shadows writhed and recoiled, howling in agonizing disarray as the brilliance pierced through the veil of darkness, scattering the threats like ashes in the wind. Yet, the dark figure wouldn't relent easily. It twisted and writhed, morphing into countless shapes, each one a reflection of her own turmoil. Fangs bared, it lunged anew, a cascade of anger and sorrow intent on devouring the light she wielded. It slashed at her with sheer ferocity, ribbons of dark energy whipping past her ears, tangling in her hair, leaving trails of cinders in their wake. Each time it lunged, Emily felt herself wavering, the fear sipping back through the cracks of her resolve. Reminders of all she had lost, the people and dreams that had dissipated into oblivion. But she fought against them, drawing strength from the newfound light within her that had burned brighter with each confrontation. She would not be consumed, not this time. With a mighty roar, she surged forward, light cascading around her like a solar flare as she clashed with the darkness again, a whirlwind of brightness and shadow spinning in a furious dance. The shadows shrieked and writhed, losing their hold as her radiance pushed against them, forcing them back. Yet, just as she was about to claim victory, the dark figure howled with defiance, unleashing a surge of dark energy that poured forth like a black tide, engulfing the clearing in an unsettling silence. The sudden rush sent her sprawling, tumbling backwards into the earth, and in that moment of disarray, the shadows surged, returning with an unyielding vengeance. The ground beneath her cracked, gaping yawning voids that beckoned, seeping anger and despair, threatening to swallow her into their depths. Emily scrabbled to her feet, but the shadows were relentless, tending towards her with outstretched hands that felt as cold as the grave, promising to drag her back into the abyss from which she had so desperately fought to escape. Just as their tendrils brushed against her skin, she clenched her fists, this time not with fear, but with decisive purpose. Embracing the memories that once crippled her, she pulled them close, no longer as chains of despair, but as reminders of her strength and resilience. "You do not control me," she proclaimed, her voice echoing defiantly. Light erupted from within her once more potent than ever, bathing the clearing in brilliance that spread like wildfire. The shadows wailed, drawn back like moths deterred by a raging flame, their forms sizzling beneath the radiant glare. Emily felt the power coursing through her as she summoned every ounce of her essence, channeling her pain, her loss, into an unstoppable force. Empowered, she raised her hands high, and in one decisive movement, she sent forth a wave of light that obliterated the darkness surrounding her. Brilliant beams pierced through the shadows, slicing them apart like fragile twine, scattering them to the periphery of her subconscious, forever out of reach. In the aftermath, a silence enveloped the clearing. Dimly, she could feel remnants of darkness clinging to the edges, reluctant to dissipate entirely, but she refused to let her guard down. The heart of the forest still pulsed with ominous energy, and the shadows lurked, waiting for the slightest crack in her resolve. But Emily stood undaunted, smudges of darkness encapsulating the remnants of her thoughts, fears that had clung to her, remnants of what had once defined her. They would no longer hold power over her. In that moment, she chose her path, forging ahead to confront the unsettling corners of her mind with purpose. The forest had transformed, shapes shifting as the echoes of the shadows ebbed into the distance. Yet, the heart of darkness remained. She could feel its pulse like a drum beckoning her closer. The altar still loomed, a monumental reminder of the battle she had fought, the scars of history etched within its stones. With every step she took, Emily felt the raw tang of power, the sweet scent of possibility mingling with the musky earth, igniting her senses. She would not only confront the remnants of her fears, but she would expunge them, reclaim the heart that the shadows had tried to tarnish. Her journey was far from finished. The shadows may have faltered momentarily, but she knew they would return. Yet this time, she was ready, determined, light spilling forth. She approached the altar once more, ready to unearth the hidden truths buried within its stone. The air crackled with energy as she placed her hands upon its surface, feeling the pulse of the darkness beneath. She closed her eyes, summoning her fears and doubts, the shadows lurking within. As the altar thrummed beneath her fingertips, she opened her heart to confront the essence of her scars, waiting for the shadows to come rushing forth, ready to battle anew. "Come forth," she called, her voice firm, steady amidst the encroaching darkness. "I am not afraid of you anymore." And as the shadows began to coalesce, swirling with intensity in response to her defiance, Emily felt a surge of adrenaline course through her veins. The final act of this relentless dance had begun, and she was determined to come out the other side, not merely as a beacon of light, but as an indomitable force forged by adversity. As the shadows converged around her, swirling like a tempest of despair, Emily felt her heart hammer in her chest. They billowed forth, dark wings unfurling, forming a tidal wave intent on swallowing her whole. Each tendril of darkness whispered accusations, a cacophony of voices that clawed at the edges of her resolve. "Remember your failures. Remember your pain," they hissed, a sinister symphony that echoed within her mind, tugging at the threads of her strength. But she held firm, digging deep into the well of light that flickered inside her like a dying star refusing to fade away. The memories that flooded her mind were not just remnants of anguish. They also held glimpses of victories, moments where she had pushed through despite the odds. She could feel the warmth rising within her, igniting an inferno of defiance as the shadows wrapped themselves around her legs, seeking to drag her down. "Enough!" she shouted, her voice resolute, slicing through the chaos like a knife. With a fierce determination, Emily thrust her hands outward, channeling the strength of every ounce of light she had cultivated within herself. A dazzling explosion erupted from her palms, bursting forth in radiant waves that pushed against the encroaching darkness. The shadows recoiled, shrieking as they met the light, their forms writhing in agony against her unstoppable force. But the heart of the darkness was relentless. It began to weave around her again, morphing into the grotesque faces of those she had lost. The loved ones, the friends, the mentors who had been taken from her life. Each visage seemed to bleed into the next, merging into a grotesque tapestry of regret and sorrow. These were the shadows she had feared confronting. The echoes of their absence felt as a weight upon her shoulders. "You can't escape us," they murmured, their voices melding into a chilling dirge. "You're alone, and you always will be." Fueled by indignation, Emily clenched her fists tighter, the light within her flaring brighter. "You're wrong. I am not alone." She felt the shadows begin to dissolve under the intensity of her words. "I carry their memory with me. Their strength courses through my veins. I will not succumb to your darkness." The shadows convulsed, shifting from sorrowful faces into monstrous forms, twisting limbs elongating into claws that reached out hungrily, threatening to snatch the light from her grasp. Emily could hear the rustling of leaves, the crack of branches breaking under the strain of the malevolent force surrounding her. The very ground beneath her seemed to pulse with fear, vibrating in tune with the dark energy that surged and returned. As she stood at the center of the storm, Emily reached deeper. She drew forth the legacy of the strength she shared with those she cherished, summoning every ounce of love that still illuminated her heart. The air crackled with anticipation, and she unleashed a wave of pure radiance that surged into the air, splitting the shadows asunder. The brilliant light enveloped her like a protective cocoon, and she felt an exhilarating rush as clarity washed over her. She wasn't just fighting for herself, for her past, but for those she had lost, those who would want her to fight. The monstrous shapes dissolved into tendrils of darkness, shrieking and writhing as they were pulled back from the light. Yet the heart of that darkness, the twisted figure that had stood atop the altar, remained steadfast. Its form solidified, solid obsidian eyes glaring into her own with omnipotent rage. "You think you can vanquish me?" It bellowed, a voice as deep as the abyss that resonated through the clearing, shaking the roots beneath her feet. "You are but the remnants of your past." A flicker in the void. A shudder ran through Emily, a momentary flicker of doubt that threatened to sweep over her. But as she looked around, she reconnected with the energy she had unleashed. She could feel the echoes of her loved ones reverberating with her, their spirits emboldening her from the shadows. "They are with me," she yelled defiantly, her voice breaking through the clamor. "And they will never let darkness win." With renewed vigor, Emily focused on the heart of the darkness, its form twisting and contorting as she pressed forward with a blinding burst of light. But as the light advanced, the creature lashed back with blinding fury, a wave of darkness crashing against her like a tsunami, pushing her backward. Gritting her teeth, Emily fought against the pull, summoning every ounce of strength within her. She would not be swept away this time. As she steadied herself against the tumultuous force, she felt the power of the forest surge around her, the wind howling in response to her determination. The shadows twisted in ever more desperate shapes, attempting to claw their way back into her mind where the true battle lay. Memories she had locked away, moments of frailty and despair, emerged from the depths, sliding into view like ghosts of her past. The moments where she had doubted herself, where she had stood on the precipice of failure. They encircled her, draped in shadows that seeped into her very being. "Stop!" she cried, feeling the weight of despair pressing down, threatening to suffocate her. She could feel the shadows pressing closer, trying to invade her thoughts. Images of betrayal and loss flashed before her, but this time she stood resolute. "You do not control me. I am more than the darkness you bring." With a guttural scream, she released another wave of incandescent light from the very core of her being. This time, it erupted like a supernova, blazing with the intensity of her wrath and the beauty of her connection to those she loved. The shadows recoiled, howling and thrashing, their forms distorting within the radiance of her determined spirit. Perhaps they could not be obliterated entirely, but they could be banished, pushed back into the depths from which they had emerged. As the radiant force engulfed the clearing, flickering beams lashed out, illuminating the twisted landscape. The ground split open with cracks of raw light, exposing pockets of deep shadows writhing and desperate to reestablish their hold. Emily felt time stretch as the darkness began to falter under the relentless energy she channeled, pushing them further and further away. But the figure atop the altar remained, its icy glare searing into her as it summoned a final, desperate wave of shadows. For a moment, it felt like everything around her was collapsing into the darkness, and the weight of despair threatened to overwhelm her. In a heartbeat, clarity struck. She recalled the warmth of her grandmother's embrace, the laughter shared around a flickering campfire, the gentle smile of a friend who had stood by her side against all odds. Drawing on those emotions, she reached deep within, casting out the tendrils of fear that clung to her. "I am not afraid." The energy of her love, her hope, and her resilience erupted once more, smashing against the darkness like a tidal wave. The last remnants of shadows clawed desperately at the light, but it was futile. They imploded in a flash of brilliant energy, engulfed by her unwavering spirit. As the echoes of their screams filled the air and the shadows shrank into nothingness, the powerful otherworldly being finally disintegrated in a spiraling burst of chaos. The remnants of darkness that lingered clung desperately to the edges of her consciousness. But with each heartbeat, she inhaled and released the love she carried within her, casting off the last threads of the fears that had haunted her. Finally, as the blinding illumination faded to a soft glow, Emily stood in the clearing, hearts racing and breathless, surrounded by the remnants of a battle-hard one. The air now shimmered with the remnants of her victory. The wind whispered sweetly through the trees, a gentle reminder that she was not alone. And yet, the chilling sensation of something lurking just beyond her view lingered, a quiet promise that even as shadows may rise again, she had emerged stronger than ever. With her resolve unshaken, she knew that while this chapter was done, the deeper journey within the vast forest lay ahead, filled with secrets of its own, mysteries clawing at the edges of the light she had just begun to unveil. Determined to confront whatever awaited her, Emily stepped forward once more, the forest's heart beckoning her deeper into the unknown. It wasn't just the battle against shadows that she sought now. It was also the quest to unearth the wisdom hidden amid the darkness. Every step she took became a declaration that she would walk through the shadows and into the light, armed with the spirit of those she loved, gathering strength from their memory as she ventured into the depths of the wilderness. In her heart, she knew there were more battles to come, untold stories yet to unfold, and the murmur of the forest still called her, each rustling leaf a reminder that her journey had only just begun. The shadows may retreat, but they would never snuff out her spirit. For now, she embraced the fear, the courage, and the echoes of those who had come before her, knowing that within her lay the gift of resilience, and she would wield it like a blade. As she made her way deeper into the forest, the atmosphere morphed around her, becoming a living entity that grasped at her senses. The ethereal light, filtering through the leaves, shimmered, casting eerie shadows on the ground that seemed to dance with sinister intent. A rustle in the underbrush sent a jolt of adrenaline through her veins, and she instinctively turned, heart racing, prepared to confront whatever lurking terror awaited her. Emily's breath hitched as she caught sight of them. Twisted figures hunched low, their skin mottled like rotting bark, eyes gleaming like shards of glass in the dark. They moved with an unsettling grace, limbs contorting at unnatural angles as they ripped through the foliage, their curious gazes fixed on her, as if weighing her worth. A chill crawled up her spine, and instinctively she took a step back, realizing that these creatures were not mere figments of her imagination, but something far more malignant. "What do you want?" she whispered defensively, her voice trembling despite her efforts to sound strong. The creatures paused, their eyes narrowing as they cocked their heads in unison, the sound of cracking twigs echoing ominously in the heavy silence that followed. The tension simmered, thick enough to slice through, and for an instant, it felt as if time itself had frozen. Both her and the entities caught in a delicate balance of terror and anticipation. Then, without warning, they lunged forward, their movements fluid and predatory, shrieks piercing the cold air like a blade. Emily barely had time to react as she pivoted, darting through the narrow spaces between the trees, branches clawing at her arms and side as she stumbled blindly into the thicket. Panic surged as she heard them close behind, their grotesque laughter echoing like a death knell, tearing through the faint hope she held onto. The forest now transformed into a labyrinth of swirling shadows, each turn leading her deeper into the belly of despair, where flickering lights turned into illusions that danced just out of reach. The air became thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, a reminder that she was far from safety. At that moment, she couldn't help but grasp the irony. She had faced the darkness outside, but this darkness was something different, a palpable, suffocating entity that fed on her fear. Suddenly, Emily found herself in a small clearing where the tainted grass seemed to whisper, urging her to turn. Back! She paused, catching her breath, when the earth began to tremble beneath her feet. Dread knotted in her stomach, and with wide eyes, she stared as the ground cracked open, revealing a gaping maw of darkness, the very ground itself consuming the light that dared to linger. Eerie silhouettes emerged from the crevice, creeping upward as if drawn to the echo of her heartbeat, the air around them thickening with an unholy hunger. Shadows cloaked them, distorted shapes that writhed and twisted, transforming into faces that resembled the loved ones she had lost, twisted and altered by torment, their mouths stretched in silent screams. "Help us, Emily," they mimicked in chilling harmony, imploring her to join them in the darkness that ensnared them. "No," she screamed, her voice cracking as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I won't let you take me." Clutching her heart, she summoned the blinding warmth of her inner light, visualizing the love that burned fiercely within her. It surged forward in a cascade of brilliance, forcing back the encroaching shadows, but the ground trembled more violently, as if angered by her defiance. The faces of the tormented warped and twisted, desperation oozing from their essence, morphing into grotesque versions of her worst fears. In that moment, she realized it was not just fear, but the weight of unresolved grief that threatened to swallow her whole. She took a deep breath, channeling those emotions into strength, determined that she would not succumb to this torment. "You are not real," she declared. "You are the shadows of my past, and I refuse to let you chain me." The shadows recoiled, hissing at her defiance, and she felt the ground around her shake in fury. But with that realization came a fire within her, the light of her love shouldering aside the shadows, igniting a brilliant aura that enveloped the entire clearing. As she unleashed her heart's true light, the shadows before her began to twist and shriek, losing coherence and melting away into the surrounding darkness. Yet, deep within her, she felt a sinister energy brewing, the heart of the forest itself, a malevolent force that pulsed like a heartbeat, yearning to reclaim its hold. Emily knew she had to keep moving, to escape this dark heart that lived and throbbed within the earth. So she sprinted from the clearing, pushing herself beyond the limits she thought she had. The oppressive air weighed down on her, but she fought against it, adrenaline coursing through her veins as she dodged trees and vines eager to ensnare her. Every corner she turned brought new horrors. The trees seemed to close in on her, gnarled branches clawing at her, while fleeting shadows danced in her periphery, taunting her with whispers of doubt that echoed from her past. "You can't fight it, Emily. It's only a matter of time," they taunted mischievously, their voices wrapping around her like chains she couldn't shake off. She stumbled upon a tree so massive that it eclipsed even the sky itself, its roots sprawling ominously like jagged, dark fingers digging into the earth. The air grew thicker, and with every pulse of the dark energy beneath her feet, Emily felt the echoes of her lost ones calling out, pleading, their voices weaving tapestries of sorrow that demanded her attention. But she would not give in. Gripping her cloth, she pressed onward, the light swelling within her as she remembered the moments they had shared, the laughter, the joy, the warmth. Those feelings acted as her compass, grounding her firmly against the encroaching dread. She began to weave her light through the darkness, brightening her path and sending tendrils of illumination stretching out into the void. Eventually, She burst into another clearing, this one bathed in a desolate twilight, where the heavy branches held onto droplets that glimmered like dark jewels, suspended in the air but not falling. The fog rolled in thick, curling between the trees, obscuring her vision and transforming familiar shapes into menacing silhouettes. In the center stood a stone altar, something ancient and foreboding, etched with symbols of an older time, warnings or perhaps offerings that had long been forgotten. Despite the dread that swelled in her chest, she was drawn to it, sensing that the tilting shift of energy emanated from here. As she approached, the altar began to thrum like a heartbeat, each vibration pulsing against her own rhythm, resonating within her bones. She hesitated, glancing back at the darkened wood. The creatures and shadows that had chased her so relentlessly seemed to fade into the deeper recesses of the forest, reluctantly receding but not vanquished. As she touched the cool stone, power surged through her, coursing in electric waves. Visions flashed before her, a swirling mass of obscured faces, trapped within the veil of darkness, their eyes pleading. "You are the chosen one," they seemed to whisper, fading in and out, oscillating between agony and hope. "Only you can bind the darkness and release us." Realization crashed over her like a torrent. She understood now that she wasn't merely fighting for her own survival, but for all those who had been consumed by the shadows, entwined in this grand tapestry of grief woven by the forest's malevolence. Taking a deep breath, Emily summoned all her strength, entwining her love and courage with the force pulsing through the altar. The energy surrounding her glowed brighter as she called forth the specters of light, those memories of joy and love, and wove them into the very fabric of her being. The shadows trembled, and with an exhale filled with purpose, she unleashed a surge of radiant light, intertwining it with the dark energy emanating from the altar, intent on breaking the cycle. As the wave of brilliance cascaded outward, shredding through the mantle of darkness, she felt the ground shake beneath her, and time stretched once again. This was no mere battle. It was a reckoning, and as the vibrations rattled the very essence of the forest, Emily stood at the epicenter, grasping onto the light, determined to banish the shadows for good. But she could sense the darkness clawing back, the force maintaining its hold, unwilling to yield. From the depths of the ground, a voice boomed, a chorus of tormented wails that filled the air, vibrating at a frequency that threatened to shatter her resolve. "You cannot defeat me. You are but a flicker in the void." With her heart racing, she leaned into the light within her. This was her moment. Emily closed her eyes, channeling all her fear into purpose, transforming it into a roar of defiance. This time, she would not cower. She would stand tall against the tide as she unleashed her final detonation of brilliance, igniting the clearing in an explosion of cascading light that reached out to the faux shadows that loomed just beyond her grasp. As she surged forth, she felt a shift in the very fabric of reality. The shadows danced wildly, their form unraveling before her glowing presence. But the cold voice echoed in her mind, a stark reminder of the challenges still ahead. Deep within the recesses of the forest, the heart of the malevolent energy was still waiting, still grasping at the remnants of her fears, ready to confront the light she hoped to bring forth. With renewed vigor, Emily prepared to face whatever darkness still dared to remain, ready for the trials that lay ahead. Each step she took through the now quaking earth only strengthened her resolve that she would unearth the secrets of this haunted forest. No longer would she back down from her fears or the shadows that flickered in the corners of her mind. She would seek out the heart of darkness, confront the looming terror, and forge a path into the unknown, armed with love and fury, ever ready, ever illuminated. With renewed vigor, Emily prepared to face whatever darkness still dared to remain, ready for the trials that lay ahead. Each step she took through the now quaking earth only strengthened her resolve that she would unearth the secrets of this haunted forest. No longer would she back down from her fears or the shadows that flickered in the corners of her mind. She would seek out the heart of darkness, confront the looming terror, and forge a path into the unknown, armed with love and fury, ever ready, ever illuminated. The trees closed in around her, their towering trunks gnarled and twisted, reaching out with talon-like branches that seemed almost sentient, as if they were trying to deter her from her path. Each rustle of leaves suggested whispers of caution, or perhaps mockery, a chilling reminder that the forest was very much alive, and it was watching. Shadows clung to her like a shroud, slinking between the trees, eager to draw her into their embrace. And yet she pressed forward, fueled by an urgency that eclipsed her growing dread. Then there came a crack, a sharp snap that ripped through the tension-laden silence, unlike anything she'd heard before. It was followed by a low, rumbling growl that seemed to emanate from deep within the earth, wetted with the promise of something ancient and hungry. Emily's heart pounded a frantic rhythm in her chest, each beat echoing in her ears as she turned slowly, hoping to spot the source of the sound, all while a primal instinct screamed for her to run. Her breath was coming in shallow gasps as the growl morphed into a chorus of distant howls, spiraling into a cacophony that seemed to reverberate through the hollow trunks, wrapping her in a web of fear. In her pursuit of light, she had unwittingly ventured into the animal's den, the heart of the forest where nightmarish creatures roamed free, shadows reformed and twisted into distorted, terrifying shapes of once familiar animals. Flashes of white and gray flitted past her vision, the gleaming eyes of wolves, luminous in the dark, watching her intently, scenting her fear. The realization washed over her in icy waves. She was not alone. A silhouette darted between the trees, a massive, sinewy figure that moved with eerie grace, leaving a faint echo in its wake. It was almost too quick for her eyes to track, but its presence loomed large, displacing the air around her in waves of palpable menace. With each ripple, the shadows deepened, thickening into a fog that warped the very edges of reality. Emily tightened her grip on her resolve, images of her loved ones flashing in her mind as she fought against the encroaching terror. She took a deep breath and pushed onward, but the forest seemed to shift as if aware of her presence and intent, twisting pathways into dead ends, the branches elongating and contorting, blocking any sense of direction she had once held. Suddenly, the underbrush erupted, and Emily was startled to find herself face to face with a creature straight from her darkest fears. Its fur was matted and bristled, skin stretched taut over protruding bones, and its eyes glinted with a maddened hunger. It let out a ghastly shriek, a sound that chilled her to the bone, and lunged at her, its fangs glistening with the remnants of some forgotten feast. She dove to the side, narrowly avoiding its snapping jaws, the gust of its breath hot against her skin as she tumbled into the brambles, which clung fiercely to her, almost as if trying to hold her back. Scrambling to her feet, she cast a terrified glance back, realizing with horror that the beast was not alone. More shapes emerged from the underbrush, twisted forms of former woodland creatures, eyes gleaming like shards of glass, bodies unnatural and warped by a darkness she could feel clawing at the very essence of the forest. They surrounded her, growling and snarling as they circled menacingly, their breath thick with a fetid stench that hung heavy in the air. Caught in a web of primal fear, Emily ran again, weaving through the trees as they closed in, the dark shapes flanking her from all sides. Her heart raced faster than her feet could carry her, adrenaline coursing through her veins while glowing orbs flickered in her mind, memories of warmth and love illuminating the darkness for just a moment. She focused on those fleeting images, the embrace of her family, the warmth of laughter during summer picnics, and whispered their names, letting the memories fortify her against the encroaching despair. But the shadows pressed harder, the guttural growls reverberating around her like war drums, summoning a beast of extraordinary might. Each step felt heavy, as if the very ground conspired against her, the shadows reaching out like cold fingers that sought to steal her light. Desperation clawed at her throat as she stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, the air thick with a tension that radiated like waves, thrumming against her skin like a heartbeat. In the center of the circle stood a monolith adorned with strange carvings that pulsed faintly as if alive, an offering to whomever dared to wield its power. She hesitated, feeling the oppressive energy swelling around her, but somewhere deep down, she understood this was what she needed. A chance to break the cycle, to harness the light within her. Only this time, she had to face the full force of the shadows with unwavering determination. As she stepped closer, the formerly rhythmic pulse intensified, and Emily felt it resonate within her own heart. It beckoned her, a promise of power and clarity in exchange for her deepest fears. Would they truly be ripped apart, or could she channel them, turn the tide against the darkness that loomed ever closer? She felt the creatures drawing near again, shadows tightening around her like a vice, and with a loud growl from the dark pack, they launched forward, teeth bared and hunger desperate. At that moment, strength surged within her, igniting like a blaze as she embraced her fear, molding it into a weapon. As the first creature lunged, she raised her hand, channeling the pulsing energy from the stone, letting it flow through her and burst forth in a radiant wave of light that illuminated the entirety of the clearing. The creature froze in midair, caught in a moment of shock as the light engulfed it, crystalline tendrils shooting forth from her outstretched fingers. The beasts yelped, recoiling as the brightness carved through the dark, illuminating their twisted forms in stark contrast. Emily sensed their fear, the way they faltered as the shimmering essence embodied her every secure, loving moment, and she continued to unleash it, connecting with each fragment of light and hope that resided within. With each pulse of illumination, the howls of rage from the creatures morphed into shrieks of desperation, the shadows dissipating, struggling against the onslaught of her fierce determination. Emily could feel the connection deepening, the forest itself responding, tremors rippling through its heart as if recognizing her stand against the darkness. She dared to glance up, and in that moment, she saw the more profound horror lurking just beyond the fading shadows. The true enemy of this realm, the malignancy of the forest that had sought to entrap her. A monstrous visage emerged from the depths of the trees, an amalgamation of all her darkest fears and regrets coalescing into a grotesque figure that towered above her, wreathed in shadows. Its eyes were twin abysses, pulling her in, threatening to drown her beneath their weight. This was the heart of the darkness, an embodiment of despair that thrived on suffering. It grinned down at her, a devious smile that echoed her anguish, the twisted irony of her fears laid bare under its malevolent gaze. Bringing her focus back to the battle, Emily anchored herself to the shining light within her, calling forth each beautiful memory with a fervor that sparked relentless resolve. She wasn't just a flicker anymore. She was a wildfire in the dark, an unstoppable force of love, destined to confront this monstrosity lurking at the fringes of her mind. Wielding the brilliance that now pulsed through her, she prepared for what would undoubtedly be the fiercest fight of her existence. As the malignant horror shifted closer, tendrils of dark energy reached out towards her, threatening to swallow her whole. Yet Emily stood her ground, feeling the weight of the world shift as she called upon the deepest reservoirs of her heart. The light surged within her, brighter than before, a radiant expanse that staved off the oncoming darkness encroaching on her light. The battle had only just begun. With a scream that echoed through the forest, Emily unleashed the light within her, a torrent of brilliance that burst forth like a star being born against the oppressive night. The waves of energy surged towards the monstrosity, pushing back the darkness that clung to its form, like smoke retreating from a flame. For an instant, the forest was awash in clarity, every tree, every stone illuminated in a golden hue. The shadows writhed and shrieked, their cries a symphony of rage and fear as they lunged toward her from the edges of the grove, desperate to snuff out the light threatening to tear through their veil. The hideous figure loomed closer, its amorphous shape bristling with tendrils that lashed out in a violent frenzy, searching for her in the brilliance of her glow. Each strike flared against the light, dissipating into shimmering sparks like fireworks exploding in the night. Yet she could feel the inexorable pull of its essence, the sinister gravity threatening to draw her in, to drag her down into a darkness that promised despair and oblivion. Emily clenched her fists, concentrating on the radiant energy coursing through her, drawing strength from every moment of warmth that she had ever known. As she bolstered her resolve, she turned to face the heart of the darkness, eyes steady. A soliloquy of courage replaced the tremors of fear. "You will not take me," she declared, her voice steady and ringing in the charged air. The unsettling creature recoiled momentarily, as if the very essence of her determination was foreign to it, alien to the sadness and dread it thrived upon. Yet it quickly regathered, its form shifting into countless phantoms of her past failures and regrets, twisted and grotesque manifestations of her own insecurities. Emily felt the anguish in her chest swell at the sight of her memories warped into something horrific, a morbid gallery of her doubts embodied in the creature's monstrous visage. Shadows danced around her, claws and fangs gnashing as they tore into the remnants of her past, biting at the edges of her resolve. Visions flickered before her, regrets of dreams unfulfilled, moments lost to time, and words unsaid that echoed in her mind like an ominous chant. Yet within that echo, a small flicker of defiance ignited, and she reminded herself of what was at stake. The love she carried within, the bond she refused to let crumble under the weight of darkness. Her heart surged, reminding her that she was more than her fears. She was the light that could pierce through this cursed night. She focused back on the monolith, feeling the pulse of ancient energy syncing with her own heartbeat, realizing it was an ally in her fight, an anchor in the storm swirling around. With renewed determination, she surged forward, enveloping herself in the light that glimmered with tendrils of hope. She raised her arms high, drawing on the stone's pulsating energy, and conjured a beam of radiant light that shot forth, searing through the darkness like a comet streaking across the sky. The wave of brilliance crashed against the monstrous form, illuminating the forest in an eerie dawn, revealing twisted features of the creature that had straddled the line between her nightmares and reality. The darkness shrieked in agony, a piercing sound that reverberated through the trees, shaking the very roots beneath her feet. It writhed and howled, but the moment of weakness opened a window of opportunity, and Emily pressed forward, pushing the light deep into the heart of the shadowy mass, channeling every ounce of love and hope she possessed. But the creature would not yield easily. It countered her assault, tendrils snapping forward with unfathomable speed, seeking to ensnare her, encircling her like a serpent preparing to strike. She felt their icy touch brush against her skin, and terror surged again, threatening to drown her in a tidal wave of despair. Yet within the damp grip of fear, another memory blossomed, a recollection of laughter shared with friends, the joy of love, and the feeling of belonging that infused her with strength. With fierce will, she twisted the energy around her, an ephemeral shield that reflected the shadow's grasp. The light surged brighter, pulsating outwards as tendrils recoiled from her, hissing as they dissipated in the brilliance. But that momentary victory only fueled the creature's wrath, and it unleashed a cacophony of darkness, manifestations of every fear she'd ever had, forms writhing and melting into an amalgamation of chaos. The ground shook beneath her feet as the forest rumbled in response to the sheer intensity of their struggle. Emily could feel the power of the darkness curving and weaving towards her, attempting to resonate with her fears, building to a frenzied climax, the ominous culmination of all that had ever haunted her. It pressed in around her like a suffocating fog, a weight so heavy she felt her strength begin to wane. But as the shadows crowded closer, seeking to shatter her resolve, she realized that this was not merely a battle for her soul, but for the forest, for the land that pulsed with pain beneath the weight of this darkness. Emily recalled tales of the forest, the stories of the guardians who once breathed life into its depths, preserving its essence against encroaching sorrow. She envisioned their spirits, ethereal beings made of ancient wisdom, urging her to dig deeper, to remember their strength. Harnessing that connection, Emily anchored herself to the energy of the forest that pulsed beneath her feet, drawing forth the spirits of the guardians, calling upon the very essence of those lost souls she had heard legends about in hushed whispers. The roots beneath became conduits of strength, stretching toward her, intertwining with the light she wielded, forging a testament against the encroaching shadows. The moment she let herself embrace the connection fully, a brilliant arc of luminescence exploded outward, illuminating the darkness as if it had never existed. In the blinding brilliance, forms of light danced and shimmered, rising from the roots and branches into tendrils of energy that spiraled into the sky. The monstrous figure was engulfed, shadowy edges screaming against the radiant surge that burst forth from her heart. In their vulnerability, Emily saw the fears unraveling, stripped of power and returned to mere whispers as the light tore through their facade. The nagging cries of divided despair transformed into echoes of past laughter and warmth, illuminating the twilight clearing as the tendrils of darkness were slowly overshadowed by the blossoming light. For a moment, it felt as if time halted, freezing the confrontation in a tableau of hope and determination, the darkness scrambling desperately to find its hold in this arena of brightness. But Emily could feel the heartbeat of the forest, the pulsing of life within its ancient veins, echoing her resolve. She pressed on, her voice rising above the thrumming chaos as she declared, "You cannot hold me. This fear has no power." As she spoke, the darkness began to fracture, the cruel forms contorting and disintegrating before her. Each declaration she made became another sword of light, draining the shadows of their strength, rendering their anguished growls into fading whispers. The creature's grotesque form began to splinter and peel, revealing the faint traces of an echoing past, its very fibers unraveling beneath the relentless surge of her light. But as it began to break, the horrific face of the monstrosity twisted into a malevolent grin, an almost victorious smirk that sent a chill racing down her spine. The darkness had one final trick up its sleeve. A surge of anguished voices coalesced, writhing in a chaotic symphony that sought to grip at her heart once more. The shadows began to reform, merging together into something far more sinister than before, a creature born of all her darkest fears, combining her moments of regret and failure into a singular terror that surged forth with dreadful intent. As the shadows curled around her, she swallowed hard, overcoming the overwhelming urge to flee. The light flickered but did not extinguish. She was on the precipice, teetering between victory and despair, ready to face the horror that had manifested. A creature fueled by every taunt, every moment of hopelessness she'd ever experienced. This was it. This was the true face of fear, the embodiment of everything that threatened to consume her. But Emily clenched her jaw and breathed deeply, steadying herself against the storm that raged within and around her. Without hesitation, she anchored herself, forcing the bright energy swelling in her core to expand further. She would push back against this monster, shatter its facade with resilience and light. The shadows thrashed, contorting with violent rage as she took a step closer, channeling the very essence of love that guided her, a love infinitely brighter than the fear cocooning her. As she took her place in the clearing, facing the manifestation of her subconscious, she lifted her hands, summoning the power of the guardians, the energy of the forest, and the love that wrapped her in warmth like a cocoon. In that heartbeat before the final clash, she roared, her voice piercing through the cacophony. "You are nothing. I am light. I will not be afraid." The shadows roared in defiance, lunging towards her as she unleashed a torrent of light that eclipsed everything, washed over fear, despair, and darkness, banishing it like ash in the wind. The collision sent shockwaves through the forest, uprooting the very ground beneath her and burning away the fear that had gripped her for too long. The darkness exploded outward, disintegrating like fog beneath the sun, cracking against the vibrant light she wielded. And in the center of that monumental clash, Emily stood, brighter than she had ever believed possible. The battle may have only just begun, but she was no longer alone. She was surrounded by echoes of the Guardians, each whisper combining with her momentum, each memory melding seamlessly with the light she fought to protect. Emily could feel a tremendous weight lift, the chains of despair shattering around her as she surged forward, fueled by love, a beacon in the night ready to confront whatever darkness awaited. The moment of reckoning had arrived. With a wave of light cascading from her, Emily pressed forward, feeling the tendrils of shadows clawing at her resolve. The air crackled with electricity as the remnants of the creature filled the clearing, their dark forms swirling and hissing as if alive with malice. She took another step, grounding herself in the relentless energy radiating through her, refusing to let the creeping dread seep into her heart. The shadows shrieked, a cacophony of anguish that pierced the silence of the forest, echoing through the gnarled trees like a ghostly choir. Wisps of black smoke coiled around her ankles, curling up her legs, attempting to pull her down into an abyss she had battled so long to escape. The very ground beneath her trembled with unearthly vibrations as shrill whispers filled her ears, echoes of her deepest regrets and failures, turning memories into specters that reached out with ghostly hands, their fingers like icy claws grazing her skin. "You will never escape us," they taunted in chilling unison, a chilling melody meant to sow doubt and despair, compelling her to remember her darkest moments, the times when she had felt utterly alone, unworthy and lost. She staggered for a brief moment, swayed by the weight of the taunts that wrapped around her like a noose. The overwhelming sensation of drowning in fear threatened to overwhelm her. But as they pressed closer, she remembered the warmth of those she loved, the laughter, the light that filled her heart in the simplest of moments. The remembrance ignited a fire within her, a fierce roar of determination cascading through her veins, shattering the chains of despair that sought to bind her. With a guttural shout, she thrust her hands forward, a beam of light piercing the depths of the shadows, driving through the insidious fog. The light illuminated the twisted faces woven from her self-doubt, their features grotesque and contorted in agony as they recoiled from the radiant surge. Yet in this clash, she saw something more, a flicker of vulnerability, a rhythm of desperation, scuttling away from the purity that threatened to consume it. Yet, the darkness would not be easily vanquished. It lashed out in fury, morphing into nightmarish forms that leaped and danced like wraiths on the edge of her consciousness, eyes glowing with a sinister light that held stories of torment. Shadows twisted into serpents, hissing and lunging, their fangs gleaming as they struck toward her, seeking to drain her light and snuff out the very essence of her fight. As they lashed at her, Emily felt the chill seep into her bones, a deep-seated petrification that slithered through her thoughts, urging her to succumb once again. For every wave of brightness she emitted, they retaliated with tendrils of darkness, coiling painfully around her heart, squeezing with a palpable grip that sent shudders through her, making her wonder if it was even possible to withstand the overwhelming pull of despair. With panic rising, she remembered the stories of the forest, of how darkness could only thrive in isolation. The Guardians were not just past heroes. They were woven into the fabric of this land, breathing strength into its roots. Summoning that connection, she closed her eyes momentarily, seeking out the source of power deep within the swirling chaos, the energy that resonated with hers. As she concentrated, a rhythmic pulse met her heart, a steady beat that harmonized with her resolve. She felt warmth flooding her veins and wrapped her arms around it like a protective shield, allowing herself to become one with the light. The moment she stood, unwavering, emanating an aura of unity and love, the shadows hesitated, as if sensing a profound change. The wraiths lunged at her, horrified shrieks rising to meet the radiance, each shape emanating tortured echoes of shame and anguish that clawed at her heart. Yet she did not falter. Fire ignited in her chest as she opened her eyes, locking her gaze onto the nearest form, the visage of her most profound fear, the face of self-doubt that mirrored every moment of shame she had ever endured. "Enough," she bellowed, her voice now commanding, an edict born of truth as she raised her arms wide, channeling every ounce of glowing energy through her core, amplifying its brilliance against the consuming dread. Light erupted in dazzling hues, striking reds, vibrant blues, and resplendent golds, intermingling to form a blinding ray that surged outward. The shadows faltered, flinching as the hues shattered their frozen chaos, momentarily revealing the terrified glimmers of lost souls trapped in the currents of despair. Rather than cruelty, Emily felt compassion rise inside her, a desperate urge to free those encapsulated in darkness. The essence of the Guardians coalesced within her, and she could feel their whispers urging her onward, propelling her toward a higher purpose. "Your shackles are broken. It's time to reclaim your freedom," she cried, reaching deep into her memories. The moments of joy, the laughter shared with friends alive in the glint of their smiles, the love that filled her heart when she believed she could do anything. Emily focused on those connections, amplifying them with the light she wielded, illuminating the darkness in an iridescent cascade, enveloping not only her fears, but the lost souls intertwined within them. The darkness screamed, an anguished wail that reverberated through the forest, unraveling as the light surged forth like a tidal wave. Emily found herself lifted, a force of energy intertwined with every radiant tendril that burst forth, shattering the remnants of the nightmare, freeing the trapped souls that had been left to languish in anguish. In that moment of clarity, time stretched. Vivid flashes of life swam around her like fireflies, air thick with laughter, beloved voices, shared dreams, memories full of love and hope. The twisted forms entwined in the shadows began to fade before her, dissipating like ashes in the wind that embraced the warmth of dawn. But even as the tide of darkness receded, new phantoms bled into existence from the edges of her consciousness. Fiendish apparitions that slithered out with malevolent intent. Various figures, spindly and grotesque, formed from the remnants of despair, threatening to close in on her once more with claws razor-sharp and teeth glimmering in the darkness. Each distorted being was a reflection of an insecurity, a painful reminder of her struggle. The pressure to be perfect, the fear of rejection, the specter of loneliness. "Fight!" A voice echoed within her, steady and fierce, a guardian's whisper intertwining with the pulse of the forest around her, igniting her determination anew. With each breath, she drew on strength deeper than any darkness could provide. Her body shimmered with an ethereal light, embodiments of hope cascading from her fingertips as she took another step forward, pushing back against the oncoming phantoms. With blazing resolve, Emily roared, "I will not let you claim me." The battle cry charged the air around her, igniting the flickers of light that erupted from the depths of the earth. In a spiral of color, she spun, sending waves of energy radiating from her core, widening the distances between her and the twisted phantoms. They writhed and recoiled, thrashing against their own impotence, screaming with echoes of pain. But the light swallowed their cries, replacing them with a harmony forged by the spirits of the forest, the guardians who had stood for hope and love against the dark for centuries. And in that tumultuous moment, a new pulse throbbed violently in her core, merging with the whispers that spoke of strength and unity. They coalesced beyond mere energy, becoming an undulating force of warmth that enveloped her, casting shadows out into the depths of the thicket. Yet, even as hope surged, Emily could feel a deeper darkness gathering at the peripheries of her awareness, coalescing into a vortex of anguish, ready to crush her spirit. Yet she stood firm, drawing on her memories, her allies in the endless struggle, weaving them into a tapestry of resilience. She faced the swirling abyss, heart racing but aflame with light, and knew she could not falter. "You may bend, but I will not break," she declared into the dark, every word resonating with purpose. The brightness she radiated intertwined with the voices that had risen to thwart the darkness, forging an unbreakable bond that transcended their individual fears. As she cast her gaze into the heart of that abyss, she glimpsed the swirling maelstrom of her criteria, her failures, her weaknesses rearing their heads, yet now no longer fraught with weight. Instead, they danced before her, reforming with glimmers of hope, fattened by understanding. With resolve, she drew nearer, strengthening herself against the tide, reaching deep into her heart, remembering that the darkness could not withstand the truth she carried within. With a final bolt of determination surging through her, she channeled all her love, the intricate web of connections that had stood steadfast against the darkness, and hurled it into the heart of the vortex. The blast of light roared forth like a sun, igniting the edges of the night, surging into the maw of despair, flooding it with warmth that scattered its icy grip. Shadows flickered, retreated, and evaporated into the tenebrous night, giving way to bursts of shimmering light, dancing and swirling as echoes of laughter filled the clearing. It was not mere survival at stake, but an assertion of her identity, the very essence of who she was, resilient, fierce, and shining against the tide. In that bright moment, Emily realized that the battle was not against the shadows outside her, but the ones that lingered within. And at that moment, as the darkness receded, she felt the weight of fear lifting, replaced by powerful affirmation, a revelation that surged within her like a spring after a lengthy drought. She would embrace the parts of herself that had felt fractured and lost, allowing light to entwine with even her darkest corners, forging herself anew in the crucible of her struggles. And through that rebirth, she was ready to confront whatever remained. The shadows writhed and screamed as the light pushed through the remnants of their form, their shrieks piercing the stillness like a dagger. Emily could feel their desperation clawing at her, each cry echoing in her chest, trying to sow seeds of doubt once more. Yet she stood resolute, drawing strength from the warmth coursing through her veins, a flicker of hope igniting a fire long thought extinguished. But the darkness was not done. From the depths of the swirling void emerged figures that twisted her very fears into grotesque shapes. Tall, elongated forms with elongated limbs that echoed the chill of every insecurity she had ever faced. Their eyes were hollow, deep abysses of despair that threatened to swallow her whole. With every step they took, the air grew heavier, laden with the stench of decay and the icy grip of isolation that sent tremors through the ground beneath her feet. In one fleeting moment, she glimpsed herself reflected back in their hollow eyes, the awkward girl who had tried to fit in, the one who hesitated to reach out for help, the version of herself that had crumbled under pressure. Each figure was a shadowed replica of her past, whispering vicious taunts that echoed against the chamber of her mind, promising that she would always be trapped in those moments of self-doubt, forever unable to escape the confines of her insecurities. "Face your fears," a voice rang out inside her, a fierce and unwavering command. It was the strengthened spirit of the guardian surrounding her, a chorus of encouragement urging her to confront the very things that sought to bind her. Ignoring the icy chill that spread through her bones, Emily stepped forward, pushing aside the gnawing terrors that threatened to overwhelm her. As she moved, the wraiths lunged, their clawed hands grasping for her, fingers disfigured and trembling, each grasp coated in a chilling veneer of darkness that shrieked for her to flee. The air crackled with tension, the atmosphere heavy as though the world itself held its breath. Shadows danced in the periphery of her vision, forming shapes that laughed mockingly, their voices a cacophony of derision as they circled around her, ensnaring her thoughts with tendrils of fear. Yet she pressed on, gathering her strength. She called upon the fondest memories, the laughter shared under starlit skies, the joy of friendships forged through trials and tears, the warmth of acceptance when she showed her true self. These fragments of light surged within her, wrapping around her heart and igniting a brilliant beacon that shattered the obsidian tendrils reaching for her. With a thunderous roar, she summoned her energy, unwilling to be swallowed whole. The ensuing light radiated like a supernova, wrapping around her like tendrils of a cosmic force, illuminating the cold, dark recesses. She could see the sinister figures recoil, their eyes widening with alarm, the mockery draining from their faces as the warmth engulfed the room. The air shimmered with electricity, crackling like a summer storm gathering on the horizon as she poured all her essence into this singular, vibrant expression of resilience. But the shadows only grew more furious. With a screech that resonated like 1,000 tortured souls in agony, the figures coalesced into a malevolent storm of writhing darkness, shrieking and lunging with abandon, their shapes blending into a creature of pure terror, a leering monstrosity with gnashing teeth, twisted limbs, and a gaping maw that promised despair and obliteration. Emily, it roared, its voice a horrid amalgamation of her fears, a sound that pulsated through her core, mixing with the fear that had gripped her heart. It was the embodiment of everything she loathed about herself. Unchangeable, irrevocable. The sensation of dread wrapped tight around her spine, leaving her breathless as it inched closer, brandishing claws dripping with an oily darkness that dribbled obscenities of her worthlessness. This time, fear threatened to engulf her once more. In that moment, her light dimmed, replaced with memories of falling short, of isolating experiences that weighed heavily on her heart. She resisted the urge to recoil, forcing back the memory of her doubts that sought to ensnare her once again. As the creature lunged, she instinctively twisted and dodged, her determination bubbling to the surface. "I am not weak," she yelled with fierce conviction, a crescendo of defiance punctuating the air. In that moment of realization, she felt that failure was merely a stepping stone, not a conclusion. With every ounce of her being, she focused on the warmth surrounding her, the love, the connections, the laughter, and a surge of brilliance erupted forth. The creature hesitated, caught off guard by the ferocity of the light that radiated from her core. It wavered, its monstrous form flickering like a flame in the wind, revealing glimpses of the trapped souls within. Those who had also been caught in the web of darkness, released only by the light she carried. They reached out to her with desperate hands, pleading silently for salvation, and with a fierce roar, she thrust her hands outward, channeling every glorious memory and connection, forging an unbreakable bond between light and darkness. The brilliant cascade struck the creature with the force of a tidal wave. It howled in anguish as the luminosity engulfed it, unraveling the darkness, knitting it together. Tendrils of despair shrieked as they spilled from its jagged form, weaving into the fabric of the forest, their cries fading into the echoes until they were snuffed out entirely, absorbed into the maternal earth that yearned to claim its lost children of light. In that powerful surge, thin fingers of twilight crept back toward her, attempting to reclaim dominion over the night. Yet she pressed on, commanding the burgeoning radiance to expand, to encompass every shadowy corner, flooding the depths of every fear with light. The phantasms faded into the twilight haze as the cacophonous chorus of her fears dissolved into silence, their presence trembling and dissipating into the vastness of her energy. Still, the air thrummed with tension and uncertainty, and Emily felt the grave anticipation loom as a deeper darkness gathered in the periphery, more potent and deliberate, a looming threat that eclipsed even the most twisted fears. A dark mass gathered like a storm cloud, swirling ominously, its intent palpable in the charged atmosphere. It pulsed like a heartbeat, each throb communicating a profound malevolence that rolled through the forest like thunder, reminding her that the battle was far from over. "Stay strong, Emily," came the voices of the Guardians, their echoes weaving through the space, resonating with her as the overwhelming dark force churned. She could feel them gathering around her, their collective strength intertwining with her own as they stood against the encroaching dread. With a deep breath, she met the gathering darkness head-on, her heart a steady drumbeat against the chaotic thrum that bore down upon her. As she prepared to unleash her next wave of light, a chilling whisper slithered through the thrumming air, a voice laden with bitterness, conjuring every single regret, every single scar, weaving them into a web of chilling uncertainty. "You think you can defeat me? I am the reflection of your very soul. I dwell in every failure, every fear, hidden in the shadows of your heart. You cannot escape me. The voices converged, shifting into a murmur so profound it reverberated through the thicket, encircling her with icy sharpness, telling stories of despair. The edges of the dark mass melded into nightmarish shapes that lunged for her, aiming to pierce the vibrant shield she had woven from her memories. Each strike felt like a blade sliced through her thoughts. Every fear poised to ensnare her, crafting a grip that teetered on the brink of takeover. She stumbled under the weight of it all, memories cascading around her like confetti caught in a storm. Images of perceived failures, the constant doubts that reminded her of every time she had stumbled, every moment when she believed she wasn't enough. She could not allow herself to succumb. Instead, she steadied her breath, reminding herself of the collective strength of the guardians around her, an army of resilient spirits ready to champion her against despair. "You may think you own my fears, but I ain't ashamed of them," she shouted defiantly, the words like fire forged from iron on a blacksmith's anvil, sharp, precise, and powerful. "They have shaped me into who I am today, and I embrace them all. Alone, yes, but they do not define me." Her call resonated through the dimness, pulling forth the echoes of strength woven into her being. The light blazed within her, pure and unyielding, and she learned that only by embracing the darkness and refusing to suppress it could she rise gloriously against its threat. With newfound vigor, Emily directed her force outward, her essence alighting upon the shadows with a dazzling brilliance that enveloped the lingering darkness, swirling tendrils intertwining as they began to quake under the dynamic charge. The air crackled around her, sparking bright as she shattered the bonds tethering the chilling mass, lighting the way to a luminous dawn that reached to the edges of the forest, to where the wraiths of her fears had once lingered. Yet she smiled, for she had uncovered an irrefutable truth. She could face whatever darkness remained, knowing that the radiant energy of her guardians surged within her, kindling an unshakable resolve. The space around her shimmered as if reinforcing her newfound strength, but as the echoes of the battle began to settle into an eerie stillness, a chill crawled up her spine. She turned, instinctively feeling the remnants of a presence that lingered in the shadowy depths beyond the clearing. Emily's heart pounded as she stepped away from the radiant light that had encircled her, her pulse ringing in her ears like a war drum. Even in victory, an unsettling sensation gnawed at her, urging her to remain alert. She inched toward the forest's edge, drawn in by the unsettling stillness that had replaced the once vibrant chaos. The air grew thicker, almost tangible, filled with an oppressive weight that pressed down on her chest, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. The glimmer of her guardians faded, their luminescence dimming like candles caught in the wind, leaving her vulnerable in the quiet. That silence became a breath between heartbeats, a fragile pause that pricked the edges of her senses. Shadows beckoned from the depths of the trees, rooted in the darkness that still clung to the corners of her mind, whispering secrets, ancient and malevolent. She felt the grip of uncertainty return, creeping along the periphery of her consciousness like cold fingers snaking through her thoughts, reminding her that some battles were not so easily vanquished, that lingering darkness could always take on new forms, become something more insidious, more dangerous. As she took each cautious step forward, the landscape shifted around her. The once familiar terrain felt foreign, the trees looming larger, their gnarled branches twisting and weaving together like skeletal fingers reaching toward the sky, casting grotesque shadows that writhed beneath her feet. A low rustling echoed in the twilight, and Emily felt it surge through her veins like a signal. She could no longer ignore the warning signs, the encroaching nebulous shapes swirling just beyond the reach of her sight. Her breath quickened, each inhale heavy with the sense of dread that seeped into her bones. It was as if the forest itself had become a living being, breathing in sync with her fear. The trees closed in tighter, the shadows deepening, pulsating with an ominous life of their own. She stumbled backward, taking note of the blackened mass, a living void that trickled forth, seeming to pulse with intent. An unnerving energy laced the shadows as if they hungered for the warmth of her spirit, seeking to consume the light she had fought so valiantly to protect. The darkness swirled closer, its tendrils reaching out like serpents, curling around her ankles, gliding over her skin with an icy caress. A deep, guttural growl resonated from within the forest, and Emily froze, the sound vibrating through her body. It was a sound that radiated unwanted familiarity, an echo of the darkness she had just vanquished, now twisted into something even more malignant. Its back, a voice inside her screamed, urging her to flee, yet she could not move. From the suffocating shadows emerged a grotesque silhouette, a hulking form that bore the semblance of the creature she had banished, a monstrous amalgamation of the fear she had faced, adorned with the anguished faces of every soul who had faltered to darkness. Its eyes glowed a sinister crimson, burning with an unquenchable fury, reflecting the depths of despair it had bathed in for far too long. Emily felt its malevolence wash over her, suffocating her with every exhalation. It had fed off her fear before, it had tasted her triumph, and now it was back for retribution. With every chilling breath, the darkness coiled tighter, leaving her gasping for air. The world around her spiraled into an abyss of swirling shadows. Fragments of her previous victory shattered like glass scattered on the ground, each shard reflecting terror in a distorted kaleidoscope. She felt pulled deeper into the maw of the creature. Its growls morphed into shrieks that echoed her innermost fears. The cacophony transformed the landscape into a hall of horrors. Twisted hallways filled with mercurial shapes and horrific phantoms that flitted at the edges of her vision, beckoning her into their grasp. "Emily!" The voice of a guardian called to her, distant and muffled, slipping through like a whisper on the wind, urging her to hold on to the strands of light she had once wielded. But as the shadow beast drew closer, its breath thick like tar, that light began to dim. Was this how it would end? Would the shadows swallow her whole, devour her triumph, and replace it with eternal despair, eviscerating all traces of hope forged in her soul? With a sudden rush of instinct, she forced herself to focus on a memory of warmth, a moment illuminated with laughter, a time when light filled her heart and fear had not yet tainted her spirit. As she grasped the thread of memory tightly, she took a defiant step toward the creature, rekindling the strength that flickered at her core. "You can't take me," she shouted, feeling the surge of determination rising up within her like a wave breaking upon a darkened shore. But even as she shouted, doubt gnawed at the edges of her spirit, whispering insidious tales of her inadequacies, the creature's growl rising to a horrific pitch. Within the depths of its being, Emily could sense the echo of her own fears, the doubts she had ever faced, each one a shining reminder of her vulnerability. The creature twisted and shifted, contorting into new forms of her past failures, as if desperately clawing for something more, grasping to unveil every wound she had long thought healed. She steadied herself, drawing from the resilience of the guardians that had yet to fully abandon her. A chorus of determined whispers surged through her mind, bolstering her spirit against the onslaught. "Face it, embrace the fear, define it," they cried, filling her with a sense of purpose that pierced through the bleak veil of the creature. With every breath, she rallied that energy from within, feeling it forge a burning light at the center of her chest. As the creature lunged forward, she met its approach with unwavering resolve, her very essence igniting with brilliance. "You are just a reflection. You do not own me," she roared, light exploding from her in vibrant bursts that illuminated the darkness, an ethereal glow that danced in defiance against the shadowy tendrils reaching for her. The forest shimmered, shaking awake from its eerie slumber, responding to her courage as the dark mass quivered, snarling in anguish. Each step she took cracked the ground beneath her, fissures of luminescence spilling forth, illuminating what lay hidden in the depths of despair. Shadows recoiled as the light touched them, revealing flickering images of her past encased in the darkness. Remembrance sparked within her. She saw the faces of those who had stood by her, the guardians who had lent their strength, their eyes ablaze with pride, reflecting the love that had infused her with the will to fight. As she pushed forward, her light began to fracture the grotesque figure that loomed over her. The creature's skin twisted and writhed, shadows smoking away, as if the very essence of gloom were evaporating under the power of her resolve. The raw energy of her spirit surged forth, shattering the barriers that had chained her heart for so long. Every harsh memory was drawn forth, laid bare in the incandescent light that coursed through her, and she poured that energy into each fragmented shadow, illuminating their forms while banishing the despair embedded within. Then, in that sacred moment of clarity, she faced the creature's most fearsome features, the embodiment of everything that sought to undo her. It bore down upon her, its body shifting and morphing yet again, revealing faces of friends turned to foes, familiar expressions warped by their own shadows. Despair rolled off it like a storm cloud as it howled, a chorus of cries merging into a symphony of anguish. But Emily refused to falter. Her spirit surged with the warmth of resilience, the power of love and companionship wrapping like a cocoon around her, shielding her from the chilling grasp of uncertainty. Enough, she bellowed with earth-shattering strength, her voice resonating throughout the forest, spilling light into every hollow cavity of dark existence. As she advanced, she stitched her light into the shadows, drawing forth threads of hope mingled with her fears, weaving them together until they formed an intricate tapestry filled with courage. With determination fueling each strike, she illuminated the shadows that sought to choke her spirit, transforming them into a soaring arc of light that cut through the heart of the creature. With one final push, fueled by the warmth of her spirit and the strength of her connections, she unleashed a blinding radiance that engulfed the grotesque mass. It reeled back, howling in a chorus of rending despair that reverberated through the forest, as if mourning the loss of its grip on her. The light spread like wildfire, enveloping every shadow and dissolving the night into a kaleidoscope of colors. With each passing second, the creature's form unraveled, strands of darkness peeling away like bark from a tree, leaving only the essence of the fear that had driven it, a hollow echo fading into nothingness. As the last remnants dissolved into the air, Emily stood tall amidst the swirling glow, the soft flickers of light surrounding her like guardians once more. She had embraced the darkness and emerged triumphant, her power rekindled and renewed. Despite the horror she had faced, she realized she was never truly alone. The remnants of her fears became a part of her, woven into the fabric of her being, but they would no longer dictate her every step. A cathartic release washed over her, flooding her with relief as the atmosphere shifted, dark clouds lifting like veils removed from the dawn. Cleansing light spilled across the forest, illuminating every tree, each flower blooming brighter than before, radiant with the promise of renewal. It was a reminder that she had conquered the worst of it, that the darkness, though fierce, could not extinguish her flame. As the last shadows faded beneath the embrace of light, Emily turned, looking forward into the expansive horizon streaked with soft shades of gold and blue. There, beyond the remnants of her struggle, lay the promise of new beginnings, a path unblemished, and she stepped forward, courage blooming within her heart. In that moment, she understood. The darkness would always exist in varying forms, but so too would her capacity to shine, for she had learned to embrace both sides of her journey. She was no longer defined merely by the shadows she had encountered, but instead reflected the radiant light she carried within her, the love and the courage drawn from all who had aided her in her rise. And so, with each step she took into the illuminated future, she understood it was not merely an ending, but a beginning, a newfound acceptance of the duality she could now navigate. She would continue to face her fears as companions rather than foes, empowered by the knowledge that each journey would only make her stronger, and that light, once ignited, would never be extinguished again. The world awaited, alive with possibilities, a canvas stretched out before her, ready for the strokes of her vibrant spirit to redefine her reality once more.